Hello, friends. Welcome to Coding Garden. Yeah, my timer ran out. I don't know. I'm running behind today, but thank you everybody for being here. Today is going to be a code Q&A, but it's going to be also a membership drive. So as I'm answering all of your code-related questions, I'm also going to be asking for your support directly. So first, how to ask a question in the chat. If you do !ask, followed by your question, it'll show up on this website, vox.coding.garden, and then I'll get a chance to answer it. Also, if you see a question on the site that you like, you can upvote it with ! upvote. You can also add a comment next to one of the questions that have been asked as well. Absolutely use the ! ask command, because if you don't, I will potentially lose your question. So if you have a question, ! ask. And thank you, Stony. Thank you for the resub. I put your stickers in the mail, by the way. It took me a while, but they're on the way. Yeah, exactly, Dr. Thu. And the thing is, like, I don't have I don't have things to give away. I mean, basically, because all of the things I do on the Coding Garden, I basically provide for free. The tutorials that I do, the questions that I answer, all of that good stuff. That's basically the product that I'm providing, and I'm just asking that if you enjoy those things or you get benefit from them or anything like that, then you can consider supporting me. So if you go to coding.garden/support, you can see all the ways to support me. There's quite a few ways. So GitHub sponsorships are a way to do it. So if you go to github.com/codinggarden and then click on sponsor, you can become a sponsor for as little as $5 a month. So I think I probably need to make a list of like all the useful repos that I have that people potentially get use out of. But one of them or two of them are the Express API starter. So a lot of people have used this to get started with an Express API. I have the one that also uses TypeScript, and then I also have the React and Vite starter. And then quite a few other GitHub repos as well. So if you've ever like forked one of my repos or learned something from one of my repos, supporting me on GitHub would be nice. There's also, you can make one-time donation over on Streamlabs. So streamlabs.com/codinggarden, you can do one time. I also have a Patreon. You can become a YouTube member, a Twitch sub, or you can buy some merch like this cool Dark.js t-shirt. And then I have various stickers for sale as well. If you go to this website, you can see the various profit that I make from any one of these ways to support me. A tote bag full of repos, exactly, yeah. So you can see the various sources take a certain amount of profit. So if that matters to you, then you can choose accordingly. What's happening over here? It's the camera. Oh, glad to hear it, Nick. How's the quality? How's the print? Do you like your hoodie? So I'm gonna bring all of this up after every question that I answer, just to remind you. It's gonna be annoying, but I only do this once a month to try and get your support. It was actually pretty successful last month. My Twitch payout was twice the amount that it normally was, and we got like almost $500. Thank you, iRossum. That is awesome. I've considered having some sort of priority queue for donations. So, iRossum, if you have a question, I will answer it first. If you don't have one, that's also okay too, because I do appreciate your support. But thank you. And Burner Ducks, thank you for the Prime as well. Are you new here? You're new here, yeah. And that's another way to support me. If you have Twitch Prime, you can pass it on to me if you'd like to. I think I'm done talking about this, but basically, I'm I'm supported by viewers like you, and so that's what I'm going to bring up a lot today. Replace the chat with the support tab. Is that what you're saying? Yeah, no worries, iRossum, and I really do appreciate it. But oh yeah, what I was saying before is last membership drive, we got almost $500 in donations. We got over 200 new members, and I should be showing the membership counts as well. So This are all of the ways that people can become members. So right now I have 27 patrons, 395 Twitch subs, 41 YouTube members, and 11 GitHub sponsors for a total. I don't know how to put for a total of 474. So we have some various goals. So, and Fat C, thank you for the Prime. You seem new here too. I haven't seen your name before. Thank you. And Fob, thank you for the resub. I appreciate that, everybody. But these are our various goals. I couldn't come up with like goals that would potentially entice people. I don't know. Thank you, Irawesome. You are too kind. You're too kind. 10 gifted. Congrats to everybody that got gifted. That's awesome. Thank you. That's so much support. I really do appreciate it. And yeah, so these are our goals. And I appreciate it. I guess yeah, we're in a hype train now. So, and hey Pablo, I'm doing good. So these are our goals. If we get to 650 members, so we're about 170 off or so. I will pair with a noob. Now this is something I used to do on my channel a long time ago. I paired with a noob like every Tuesday.
1000, show love 100, show love 100, show love 100, show love 100, show love 100.
Thank you, David. I forgot I had two different things running. That's a lot of bits, and I do appreciate it.
This seems to be a better method than bits. The only goal I need is supporting the education of the world.
And thank you, Nick. I appreciate that as well. That's awesome. So, yeah, if we get to 650, I will pair with a noob. We'll find a noob. Maybe if there's somebody in the chat that is a noob to programming and coding, and they have an idea, maybe we can. If we get to this, it's not likely we'll get to that because it is a pretty big goal to get to. But if we get there, then we can have people. And Razorson, thank you for the gift as well. We can have people say that I want to be the pair, and then maybe they can pitch themselves. One thing I was build ChatGPT 10. Yeah, I mean it's got to be realistic. And Smiley with the 5. Thank you for the gift. So that'll potentially happen later, but we can play around with guest star, which is a new Twitch thing where I can actually bring people onto the stream. I considered doing that for things like this. So like if you support the Coding Garden, if you've ever donated or you've gifted subs or you're a sub. Also my camera is now broken. Let me fix that. If you support me in some way, we could bring you on and you can tell us why you support me, and to potentially convince other people to support me as well. And David, thank you for the 5 gifted. You all are too kind. It's happening. It's happening, everybody. all you got to do is ask. But I'll in about an hour or so, maybe I'll turn this on, and we can potentially get people to come on and ask. Okay, so I'm just going to start answering questions because I want you to know that, actually, before we even answer questions, I'm going to give away some stickers. So I have some really cool shiny stickers that I'm going to be giving away. We have the gold JavaScript. We've got prismatic TypeScript in reverse as well. Prismatic JavaScript. And also frameworks. So we've got React, Svelte, Vue, and Angular. So I'm going to be giving away one of these sticker packs right now. And Acid Spark, thank you for the 2 gifted. Yeah, that's why I was late today. I wanted to do the glamour shots. But yeah, you can see over here, these are all the stickers that'll be in the sticker pack. There's also a Coding Garden themed one. You got my face, you got free debugs, and all of that. But then you're also gonna get these shiny ones. And the shiny ones are just to preview, because I did eventually I'm gonna try to sell some shiny sticker packs, but I need to work out all the logistics and everything else. But let's give away some stickers right here, right now. For those of you that are here early, give away. I think I just do enter to win. Yeah, exclamation mark enter in the chat, and you'll be entered to win a sticker pack for free. For free. In WBW, thank you for the resub. All right. Honestly, though, how do we keep track of new members? Because it's tricky, because I've been gifted quite a few. Um, but the number is fluctuating because 1 month ago today there were like 100 or so gifted subs. So this number doesn't reflect the number of new subscriptions. I think we're gonna. I think in order to make it easy, and David, thank you. Thank you for the. In order to make it easy, we're gonna go by how many subs I had when the stream, or how many members I had when the stream started, which was 479. So right now we're at 505, which is like 15 or so later. It's giveaway time. It's giveaway time. And welcome in the She-Boss. Glad to see you. So exclamation mark enter in the chat. You'll be entered to win these shiny stickers. These. And you've got 10 seconds. So 10, 9, and cheers, Hassan Ali. Thank you for the hydration. Thank you, the She-Boss. Thank you for the 5. 3, 2, 1. That's it. All right. So let's see. There are 38 people entered to win. May the odds be ever in your favor. Let's see. And Dev Alex, thank you for the raid. The winner of the sticker pack is Hassan. Who is it? Hassan Ali. Surprisingly, I think. What did they just do? They redeemed the hydrate. Yeah, congrats, Hassan Ali. Yeah, you get the sticker pack. Congrats. So I will DM you a link to a form that you can fill out, and I'll send you stickers anywhere in the world. I'm so unlucky. You're gonna get plenty more chances. What is their username? Hassanali 241. There you go. So I sent you a DM. Fill out that form. I will send you stickers anywhere in the world. Cool. We got a few things that just happened that I missed, but thank you all. So Dev Alex, thank you for the raid, appreciate that. And Zol Zero, thank you for the 4-month resub. There are a few resubs before the stream got started. I need to thank those as well, and then we'll start writing some code. David, thank you for the 22 months. Bob with the 19 months. Stony with the 19 months. Burner Ducks with the Prime. Thank you, and I think I thanked everyone else here. So appreciate you all. Thank you for the support. Let's do what we do best and answer some questions. Did I get a resolution to the problem that Mishko had? I didn't, but I think it's an internal issue. Did I say that, Razorson, that you might win? Maybe it got closed? The correct way to perform a fetch. So if you have a question, exclamation mark ask, so we won't lose it. Let's see if maybe it got closed. I don't know how to find it. But Eddie, thank you very much for the gift. Yeah, as far as I know, it hasn't gotten resolved. I think it's still an issue, but I think it's like an internal issue. All right, let's answer a question. Here we go. Dr. Phantom says your message here. So if you asked a question, type exclamation mark here. It'll bubble up. I try to only answer questions for people that are right here right now. And Oxneo, thank you for the Prime as well. Appreciate you. Cool. All right. So this theory has a question. Thoughts on SvelteKit now that you have some experience building with it? Would you choose it again, or do you prefer a different meta framework? It's a complicated answer just because I haven't done that. Even though I've been working on this on a SvelteKit app for 10 days at this point. I still am. I'm only scratching the surface of how things work in SvelteKit. Like basically the past, the past 10 days have mostly been spent on project setup, in terms of configuration, doing things like GitHub actions and Git commit hooks, and basically all of the things to make a project easy to collaborate on with multiple people, because it's technically, even though I'm building this on stream, it is
1500.
Thank you, David. I appreciate that. Thank you for the bits. So, even though I've been working with SvelteKit for 10 days, I will say probably the last stream that we did. So if you look at the listed series, thanks. If you go to cdg.sh, yeah, thank you all for that hype train. That's 41 subs, 3,000 bits. That's a huge hype train. Thank you all. Listed series. So if you go to this playlist, this has all of the past streams. Though the stream from last week hasn't been uploaded yet. And Murdoch, thank you for the tier 2. Appreciate that. But last week's stream, we finally started diving into more routes. So last week we created the create page. And so last week we really were working more and more with SvelteKit. So honestly, I'll just say that I think it's too early to tell. It's too early to say, do I prefer it and would I choose it again? Because I want to use it a little bit more. I'll say some of the things that we learned about are things like page actions for like when a form is submitted. So last week we worked on the create page. And so we have this Svelte component, which is just a standard form that makes a post request. So we're not actually handling the form with client-side JavaScript yet. We want to do that because we want to do like client-side validation, but we haven't. And so we have this action on the back end that actually receives the post request and then puts it into the database. And so this is one of our first examples of like using SvelteKit style stuff, where we're actually making a post request as the form action, and this is all getting submitted as form data rather than like serialized into JSON with JavaScript and then submitted with like a fetch. So that's interesting. I mean, one of the things we noted last time are that like we kind of want to refactor this into some kind of API methods, because by coding it this way, we're basically now locked into SvelteKit. And this doesn't just apply to SvelteKit. This would go with any meta framework you use where you're using the built-in way of handling data rather than extracting it out into like API handlers, because this code is not it's not usable by things that are not our web app. But yeah, so and that there are trade-offs, right? So the way that we built this, and Incognito, thank you for the Prime, appreciate that. The way that we built this, technically the user doesn't need JavaScript running in their web browser to use this form. Now, I would argue that we're using JavaScript in so many other places on the page that you basically need JavaScript to even be able to use this app. But that's one of the benefits of doing form submission this way, is the client doesn't need JavaScript. But if you were to, instead of having this custom action handler here that basically does this fail thing, and it's basically, it's not responding with JSON data, it's re-rendering the page after the submission happens. So this wouldn't be usable, by example, from like an Android app or an iOS app or a desktop app, because it has to come from the Svelte app itself. But that's not Svelte's fault. That's just how things work if you implement them this way. One thing we could do is extract this database insert logic out into an API handler and potentially try to call the API handler from within here. And that would allow us to, in the future, like change up our front end or call it from an iOS app or mobile app. But that's just something to consider. I mean, I think in general, I do like the file-based routing of Svelte. I'll say at a glance, it it looks a little bit weird because we have these plus page like all over the place. Like they're there and they're there and they're there and they're there. And so at first glance, it could be like, how do you know what is what? And basically like it has to be inside of a folder. And the way SvelteKit does things is based on the file name, that tells SvelteKit what that file is used for. So page.svelte is a component that will either will be rendered on the server side during initial render. Let's take a quick break. Yeah, and welcome in, Dev Alex. I appreciate you. Page.svelte can be rendered in one of two ways. When we initially go to that page, it's going to be server-side rendered. Like SvelteKit is going to take this, turn it into HTML, serve it to the client. If we were to arrive on this page from within the app, it actually would be more of a single-page application routing. So when we get to the page, instead of this being rendered on the server, it actually runs on the client with JavaScript. But whenever you see a Svelte file, you know that it's going to potentially be run on the client or it will be server-side rendered. If you see a .server file, that means this code will only ever run on the server and typically is like database lookups and things that should only happen on the server. And Svelte also makes sure that you don't import like secret environment variables into like page.svelte or anything that's client only. So it has that separation. And then there's also layout files, which will run for any given layout. So right now, the root, all of our pages use the same layout, but we could create a nested folder with a different layout, and then they would all use that same layout file. But a layout file has the same pattern. So layout.svelte is going to be server rendered, but also potentially run on the client. And then layout.server is only ever going to run on the server side. So it takes some getting used to, but I kind of like it. But it's in contrast to more recently, I'm learning about Quick City, which is like the meta framework version of Quick, and you just put it all in the same file, but it figures out what's your server side stuff and what's your client side stuff. So that's like a different way of doing it. So that's one thing. This could be cumbersome. The fact that we've separated it into separate files and they're all named the same thing. I'll say that I do like this. What is this called? You can basically label routes. So we have this folder called protected with parentheses. And when you go to the one of the routes in here, so my app/create, it doesn't have protected on it, but we can use protected internally to do like authorization logic to say, if you're going to any one of these routes, then we need to authorize. So you can basically group them together. That's pretty cool. That's basically it. Also, like, I will say I probably need several more live streams working with SvelteKit to really decide and have a better idea of if I would choose it again. Because I think like there's more exploration that I need to do to figure out extracting to API routes or extracting to like a TRPC router or something like that, which I haven't done yet. So my answer is it's too early to tell. And one of the reasons probably is because I do this all live streaming, so it actually takes 3 to 4 times longer for me to do anything because I'm talking to chat and I'm explaining everything as I go. So yeah, my answer is it's too early to tell. All right, if you asked a question, type exclamation mark here. It'll bubble up, and I'll give you an answer. Let's do a quick one. So Nick Tyndall says, "What's Vite in a nutshell?" Vite is a tool for building and bundling apps. That's it. So if you and this theory, thank you for the bits. Super helpful. Yeah, I appreciate. Yeah, I'm sorry I don't have like more details for you, but basically I feel like I need more iteration with it, right? I need to work on it a little bit more really to get a better idea of it. So this can replace Create React App, but the reason it can is because one of the reasons you would choose Create React App is because it has a Webpack configuration that's completely configured out for the most part, and it's hidden from you. So Create React App uses Webpack. Vite is more comparable to Webpack. It's basically a bundling tool. And Vite uses a thing called ESBuild. When you're running in development, which makes your dev builds really, really fast. So like the things like hot reloading and like when you change a file, see it refresh in the browser, it's super quick because it's using ESBuild under the hood. And then whenever you build for production, it's actually using a tool called Rollup. This. So, but I guess one of the really nice things that it's brought is zero config. You can basically start up a Vite app. They have plugins for Vue, plugins for React, plugins for Svelte, and many different, like pretty much every modern front end thing, they have a plugin for it. And that's all you need. You literally just add the plugin and then you can start building an app with it. And that's in contrast to with Webpack, it usually requires quite a bit more config. So it's kind of like zero config. And you could also compare it to Parcel. But I guess I don't know like the major differences between Parcel. Parcel is actually also very quick, and Parcel is still in active development, and they've been doing a lot of work with it as well. But one of the main things Parcel was all about when it came out was zero config. You point it at an HTML file, and it's good to go. But yeah, this gives you bundling, minification, optimized image loading, CSS bundling, and running your CSS through things like auto prefixer and stuff like that. So basically, Vite hides all the implementation details of using all of these tools that you would typically need when you're building a modern front end app that needs to be bundled, and you also need like potentially Babel or TypeScript because you're writing more modern JavaScript that needs to be transpiled. So that's Vite in a nutshell. It's a replacement for Webpack. It's zero config, very similar to Parcel, and it uses all of these things in the ecosystem like Rollup and Post CSS and ESBuild to make your dev experience super easy without much config. Yeah. Yep. This makes sense in a way of not having server source API route and app source route. Yeah, you're talking about like how SvelteKit does things. Yeah, I think it's gonna take some getting used to. 3414. What is 3414? Oh, the one about ChatGPT. Yeah, this one was asked a little bit earlier. Yeah, you can't embed images, Dr. Phantom. Let's answer another one. Oh, sure. Yeah, I mean, this is related to what I was answering about SvelteKit. So Ken Pafu is saying, you spoke about needing more time with SvelteKit, but how do you feel about building an app with Svelte? Do you enjoy the framework, template stores, something like, versus something like JSX and Redux? Yeah, I would say like, I mean, if you watch Coding Garden long enough, you've seen that like I'll use anything. Like I'll build things with React, I'll build things with Vue, I'll build things with Svelte. I tried Solid once. We looked at Quick the other day. It's fine. Like I think I do like the developer experience of Svelte better than React. Like I don't like JSX. Standard React state management is really cumbersome. Standard React use effect and basically standard React hooks are extremely cumbersome. If you've ever worked on a large React app with a lot of use effects and that have a lot of dependencies and a lot of use state, that's when things start to get really complicated. And I've worked in some larger apps, and that's really why I don't prefer React. Now, in Danger Mouse, thank you for the resub. With the introduction of like signals, basically signals are really all I've wanted. Not all I've wanted. Like signals are one of the reasons why using things like Svelte and Vue are a lot more enjoyable for me. And Vue has been doing signal-like things for years, for like at least 6 years at this point. And finally, that idea is permeating into React frameworks and things like Solid and Quick. But the idea that you don't have to manually track dependencies, you can just modify, unless you're using the setter, you can just modify a variable and the Vue automatically updates. Like that's the kind of developer experience that I want, right? Like I actually don't like immutability. I don't like having to create copies of objects and like, especially, and I think like this is where like, hey, and Nessie, thank you for that Prime resub. This is where, when you have like a global store in a React app, and let's say you're using Redux and you have an object with deeply nested properties, and you need to update one of those deeply nested properties. If you're not using a library like Eimer, you have to manually copy everything. And then like, and it's super cumbersome for like some deeply nested updates. And so like, I don't like looking at code like that. Whereas like in Vue and in Svelte, you literally just modify the thing and it's good to go. So a summary of the answer is Svelte lets me modify variables directly. Svelte lets me Svelte automatically tracks changes, and I don't have to do that manually. And yeah, it's about those are the things that I want to see in a front end framework. And so because of that, I will gladly build something with Svelte. Same thing as with Vue, and I can build things with React, but it just gets really cumbersome. There's just like so much extra code and extra work you have to do to track the dependencies of all of your state variables, and it can get really messy. Now, if you are a React dev and you're hearing me say that, and you're like, oh, well, you just don't know how to use React. I mean, I do. The thing is, like, I've written React in production for like 6 years, and I've worked on some really large apps. And the thing is, like, I've figured it out. Like, I've done my best to write the best React code that I can, but the mechanisms that are provided for you are not a great developer experience. So, yeah, would I use Svelte to build an app? Absolutely. Would I use Vue? Absolutely. Angular seems fine. I think one of the I don't. What do I want to say? So, basically, like a lot of the stuff that you see me build here on stream are like little like small one-off projects, and a lot of times I'm one of the only developers working on that thing. And I don't think Angular is a good fit for that. Angular is for like large web apps with big teams, and I typically don't build things like that. Now, I mean, you may be asking, well, if I've written React in production, like, why didn't I use something like Angular? The consultancy that I worked at just always picked React. Like, our clients knew that we were a React shop, so we built stuff with React. So some of those apps that I was talking about that are really big and like lots of complex state updates and stuff like that probably would have been nicer to work in if they were written in Angular. Just because the way Angular structures things, and Angular also like it was built to be tested. Like the way things are broken down into like the template and the controller, and then things are extracted out into separate services. And basically the patterns that are common in an Angular app are really good for writing tests. And with React, you can make it testable. Like you can do your best to like write good React code that's like nicely separated and can be easily tested, but it doesn't do that by default. It takes a lot more extra work. So, yeah, in terms of Angular, if I was building a really big app on a really big team, Angular I think would make sense. So, yeah. And I guess the other thing is like I'm just hand waving here. I'm talking about all of these things. I have a goal. I have an ambition to come up with some real examples for these kinds of things that I'm talking about. Like I want to be able to point at a large React code base and show you why I think it's really cumbersome to maintain code like it is, because. Yeah, at this point, I'm just hand waving. I don't have actual examples that I can show you, and I need to get those together. I think one of the hardest parts of all of it is a lot of the most code that is written is proprietary. It's behind the walls of a company. The only things you're going to see online and on streams like mine are things that are open source. And there are several large open source React apps that I've found. And I think those would potentially be a good example of like looking at how some of the things are done in those apps and compare how you would do a similar thing like in Vue or Svelte or something like that. But yeah, I just need to do that. I need to do that so that way I can. It's not just words. It's not just like bad mouthing other frameworks. I can literally point at examples and tell you, well, this is what's going to happen when your app gets really big. Yeah, CJ's code critique. Yeah, America 2050. I saw your bug report. I guess I can merge it. So yeah, thank you for your question. basically those are the things that I want in a front-end framework. Like I don't like manual state updates. I don't like manual dependency tracking. Vue has been doing that for years. Svelte has been doing that since it came out. And now finally Signals are bringing that to other frameworks. So potentially Signals will make it easier to work in a React code base. But then you get to like, do you like the templating language? And that's like another discussion. But I'm done. I think I'm done comparing stuff. I'm gonna try to find a question where I can actually write some code. But yeah, I saw this America 2050. Oh, this fixes that? Oh, so it's, yeah. Background of the page. Is it this one? What was the? Oh, yeah. This is not SvelteKit's problem. This is a problem of the fact that this entire code base was converted from like little standalone pages that were written without the idea that they're living in a bigger Svelte app. So, there are several different sub pages that need to be rewritten because they're using global CSS. Like they need to be rewritten to only work on the page that they're added in. Because basically, to see the bug in action, if you go to coding.garden and then like let's say you click on the videos page, so the videos page loads Bootstrap, and because this is a SvelteKit app, and now I've just done basically a single page application route to get to this page. If I go back to the home page, it still has those global styles that got loaded on search videos. So I guess I don't see any bugs happening here, but technically by clicking on that, now global styles got loaded in, which would affect the home page. What other page does that? Potentially yeah, I'm not seeing it on schedule. But schedule does a similar thing. This loads Bootstrap, and then when you go back to this page, now Bootstrap is loaded globally, which potentially affects the styles here. I'm not seeing the background color change. Actually, okay, so I don't see it on my screen, but I see it in the stream. Like the color of the icons is actually different than the background. Actually, okay, I guess that did happen. Yes. Okay. So yeah, look at the initial page load. The background color is fine. But then when we hover, okay, I can see, I can't see it on my screen, but I can see it over here. But that's because the schedule page, when they preload it, it's loading Bootstrap globally in the background. So the way to fix it is to just not load Bootstrap globally, and do better. So I just have to work on that. All right, let's take a break to talk about my membership drive, give away some stickers, and then I'll answer some more code questions. So, Coding Garden is brought to you by viewers like you. And there's a lot of different ways that you can support me. So yeah, Twitch Prime is one way. If you click that link and you have Amazon Prime linked to your Twitch account, you can throw a Twitch Prime sub for free. But there's also other ways. So you can support me with GitHub sponsors. You can make a one-time donation. You can also become a patron, a YouTube member, a Twitch sub, or you can get some merch like this dark JavaScript t-shirt or various other stickers. If you go to coding.garden/support, you can see all of the ways to support me, and you can also see the profit breakdown. So depending on how you choose to support me, I get a certain amount of the money that you pay. Yeah. Oh, good to know, Timon. Thank you, Mark, for relaying that. They're saying like if you signed up for GitHub sponsors and you used PayPal, you're gonna need to change that. So that's good to know. So anybody that already is a GitHub sponsor and you signed up with PayPal, you're gonna need to change that to, I think, like credit card. I think they're removing the PayPal payments. So that's good to know. Yeah, these are all the ways to support me, and But oh yeah, the drop game is just hidden. I can turn it on like that. But we're doing a membership drive, and anywhere you become a member is completely and totally fine. It doesn't have to be a Twitch sub. It could be a GitHub sponsor, a Patreon patron, or a YouTube member, and all of those get tabulated here. So we have various member goals. If we get to 650 members, I will pair with a noob. We'll basically find several people in the chat that want to pair with me live, and then we'll vote on which one it should be, and then we'll bring them on, and I'll build a thing with them. If we get to 750, I'll do a code review. And really, I'll probably just like bring these things back. If you watched Coding Garden a while back, I used to do this almost weekly, pairing with a noob. And I used to do like every other week, I would do a code review stream where you could submit code and I would review it live on stream. And if we get to 1,000, which is unlikely unless we get some serious supporters in here. If we get to 1,000, then I will do a spicy hot wing challenge. I have the Last Dab hot sauce. And Da Bomb and a few others. And I've also done this in the past where I would eat progressively spicier hot wings while trying to solve progressively harder coding problems. But for this, I'll probably just do a one-off. I'll eat like a really spicy wing and then do my best to solve like a 6 or a 5Q code kata after eating the spicy wing. And if we get to 1,500, I'll do a 24-hour stream. Not today, but we'll schedule it for the future. So these are all the goals. If we get to, if we get there with the memberships, 50, not 250. The only issue is coming up with rewards. I couldn't come up with enough rewards to have different tiers, and so it's really just shooting for higher numbers. I think like also my I think I guess the thing to think about here is like I'm not selling anything. I'm not. I guess I'm potentially. I guess I don't really have stickers, and I guess I do have merch. I technically am selling merch, but at the end of the day, everything I do on Coding Garden, I provide for free. Whether it's the answers to code questions, or help that I give in the Discord, or the repos that I have that you can fork and learn from. What's up? Take a chance. Welcome in. So. That's basically the product that I'm providing, and I don't know because I'm already giving everything away for free. I don't know of other goals that we could get to because I already do everything for free. How's the course going? We're going in HTTP 404. Thank you for the resub. We're going to potentially transition into a live classroom model. I'm working out the details. Oh, thank you, Irosum. Appreciate that. But basically, instead of releasing a course directly, I am going to have, I think I'm going to start small. So have potentially like up to 20 signups where people can pay, let's say like $100 to be in the classroom. Yeah, so the way Primogen does it is through front-end masters, but I'm just going to run it on my own. And Nick, thank you for the donation. Appreciate you. So yeah, very similar to how Front-End Masters does it, where basically they're teaching in a live classroom and then it gets edited down to a course afterwards. That's what I'm going to do. But it'll be like several days. So the idea is like I want to do like an intro to React course, and my thought is it's going to be potentially 4 lessons over 2 weeks. So 2 lessons a week, and then you have days off where you can work on the projects. Or like get help. But basically, I'll have up to 20 students in the class. They all paid $100 each, and they get to be in the classroom. It'll be a remote thing, and they'll be in the classroom for those 4 lessons. They get to ask me questions directly, and I'll also be giving direct feedback on all of their projects because that's not something I can do at scale, right? Like if I made it a completely open classroom, it would be really hard to review everyone's code. Now, eventually I want to have a community of mentors that could like review people's code and stuff like that. But basically my idea is over the course of 2 weeks for 20 students that are paying $100 a piece, I can make the time to review their code specifically. So basically you're paying to be in a live classroom with me, and you're paying to get my feedback on the projects that you do. Yeah, I know I would make more, but it would require more work. So It's tricky. I don't know. I don't know. But basically, that's what I want to do. And I would live stream it on Twitch, but I would not be looking at the Twitch chat. Basically, the only people I would be paying attention to are the 20 students that paid to be there. And that in a way will be like a React course, because technically, if you watch the Twitch VODs, you could get the same thing. You just don't get the project feedback that I'm giving to the students that paid. So I want to pilot that with like 20 students, and then if it works out, maybe I even pilot it with like 10 students. And if it works out, I move up to 20 and then 30. I would never go more than 30, because like I've taught in a real classroom before, and like 30 students is kind of the limit of being able to like provide feedback to everyone and like grade assignments and stuff like that. I would think so, yeah. So basically, we would be on a Zoom call, and I would want the students on the call to show their camera, because it's really hard as a teacher to know how you're doing, and also to gauge your students if you can't see their faces. So there will be some prerequisites. You have to be comfortable being on camera. You have to have a good microphone. I'll potentially have like an assessment or some like pre-tests that you can take to make sure that you're a fit for the course, because I don't want just anybody signing up. I want to make sure that you at least have a basic understanding of depending on the course, but like for this React course, you need to know JavaScript already. You need to know the basics of HTML and CSS. There's some things you need to know. You shouldn't just sign up for this if you're brand new to coding. Now, I want to have courses in the future that are for people that are brand new to coding, but yeah, so that's my idea. That's basically going to be the replacement for the course, because I don't want to. I can't find the motivation to work on a video course. So, yeah. That's that. All right. These are the ways to support me. If you do, I would really appreciate it. Let's answer some code questions. Yeah. You wouldn't like it to be live streamed on Twitch? Yeah. So I think it varies. I think the reason that I would live stream it on Twitch is to gain viewers and followers, right? So like when the Primogen is streaming his courses, he has double the amount of normal viewership, because people are there for the course. So basically it's twofold. Like I'm getting paid by the students that are in the class, and then by broadcasting it live on Twitch, I get more viewers and more people find out about the Coding Garden. If you have a question, type !ask in the chat, followed by your question, and I'll do my best to answer it. Yeah. The reason I think it would be is because basically the students that are in the class are like a proxy for the hundreds of people in the Twitch chat, right? So the students that I have are going to ask beginner questions. They're going to ask clarifying questions, and people in the Twitch chat potentially would have had the same question. So they're basically like the proxy for the masses. At least I think it would have a similar effect as when I used to do Newbie Tuesday. So I used to have a complete noob come on stream, and I would pair with them. But people loved that. Like those are some of the most popular streams I used to do, because people could see themselves in the noob that I was pairing with. If you look at some of the old Noob Quest videos, they have so many views. Like I search for noob, because there's Newbie Tuesday and Noob Quest. Yeah, intro to Git and GitHub. I paired with a noob and taught them Git commands. 12,000 views. I guess we'll look at Noob Quest. We built a game, 13,000 views. I taught a noob the concepts in authentication and authorization. Like those videos have like 45,000 views. This one was, I taught a noob how to do web scraping. But basically, by having someone real that I'm teaching, it provides more value, because they ask more questions. It causes me to slow down. Yeah, that's some of the older Coding Garden stuff, though. Okay. Yeah, a quick question from David. I haven't played with Svelte in over a year. Why do they require pluses in front of the file name? That's just a SvelteKit thing. So regular Svelte does not require that, but with SvelteKit, because you may have code that might be running on the client or the server, or that needs to be a specific page, the plus sign indicates that it is the code for a given page. Now, the other thing about that is if you have a component that doesn't have the plus sign on it, then it's not interpreted as a page, so you can just import it like a regular component. Yeah, so if I show this here, so like we have this SEO component and this nav trail component, but even though they are in the routes folder, because they don't have plus page on them, these are just treated as regular components. So there is no route in my app like /nav trail or /SEO. Those are just components that can be imported. So it's a SvelteKit thing. It's not a Svelte thing. All right, Limeout says, thoughts on Vue for a greenfield project these days? The ecosystem after Vue 3 was released took way too long to catch up. Do you think that's indicative of a bigger problem, or do you think that would happen again during the next big upgrade? So I do know that Evan Yu promised, or like he at least mentioned in his keynote at Vue Nation and a couple of the other conferences that he talked at, that there are no plans for Vue version 4 right now. The focus of the core team and everyone like close to the core team and contributing to Vue is make Vue 3 really good and also help with the libraries in the ecosystem to get upgraded to Vue 3. So their plans right now, like they have zero plans for version 4, and they want everything to stabilize because they do realize what happened with the jump from Vue 2 to Vue 3. Like it took way too long for community packages to migrate, which caused a lot of fracturing in the ecosystem because people stayed on Vue 2 or kept using did I say Svelte 2? Maybe I misspoke, but I'm talking about Vue, Vue specifically. So as far as I know, there's no plans for Vue 4, V4, and they're trying their best to like stabilize everything. That said, if you do some research into the community and the community packages that were available, not everything is completely stable yet. I would say Vuetify finally has a version 3. So this is like this used to be the de facto component library for Vue.js. But it took them a while to get to Vue to upgrade to Vue version 3. I think the other thing is like you might be saying, well, when I'm building an app, I don't want it to have material design. I do think it's possible. I mean, it is. So I'll say it is possible to use Vuetify to not have material design. Basically use Vuetify purely as a component library, and then you can completely style it yourself so that it doesn't look like material design. I don't know if they have anything in their docs on that use case. But I've seen tweets from John Leader, the creator of Vuetify, that are basically like, yeah, you don't have to use material design with Vuetify. You can build other things too. So if you're looking for a component library, that might be the way to go. There's also Prime Vue, which works with Vue version 3. You also could just write your styles from scratch and use Tailwind. That works perfectly fine. And then Pina is the new way to do global state management. And this has full support for version 3. It's stable. Yeah, I guess can you mention really quick, Limeouts, is there anything in any library or community package you would want to use that may or may not exist? And what's up, Aspartame? Welcome in. Yeah, and Quasar is another way to go. I forgot about that. Quasar, and all of I don't know why they don't have a dark mode. Like Quasar, Vuetify, get your stuff together. Get a dark mode. I can't open this on stream because it like flashbangs people. But yeah, Quasar actually works with Vue 3. They have ways of building hybrid mobile apps and desktop apps. Yeah. Yeah. So personally, like I want to use Vue and Nuxt in a project, but it's like I feel like Nuxt isn't quite there yet. But I want it to be because I mean, like some of the things that Nuxt provides in terms of just like auto imports and the ability to call an API function inside of a server rendered component that ultimately doesn't have to make an API request. Like it just is able to call that code directly. But when you write the component, it looks like an API request. Like those are things I'm not seeing in any other meta framework, and Nuxt does that. Gotta upgrade. I'll do that later. But Um, I also potentially want to use it with something like feathers, and that support isn't stable yet. Like, because there's also like a feathers peony. Like, so honestly, the things that I want to do, I don't think are stable in the ecosystem yet. But if you had just like a standard Vue 3 front end, and then like any JSON API that you're talking to, I think you'd be totally fine. I think that'd be a great way to go. I don't know. There's a package for SvelteKit auto imports. What's up, Brilvio? Welcome in. Automatically detect and import components or modules for SvelteKit projects. Yeah, that's pretty cool. So you don't have to do a direct import. Seems fine, but the issue is I would expect to see this in the core library, not as a third party library. So that's the thing. I don't know. Yeah, like, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. A quick coding garden themed electron timer. We should try to build that today because I want to write some code. Yeah, no, I appreciate you mentioning it, but um, like I said, like I would want to see first class support for it. Um, yeah, I would say like from what I've seen in talks from Evan Yu, the creator of Vue, like 2023 is the year of Vue 3. Like everything has stabilized. Community packages are finally finishing their upgrades. This is the year of Vue 3 for sure. Um, yeah. All right, let's see what Razorson has to say. I use Laravel for backend, but now I want to trade away to try Nuxt. I'm a little bit confused with how the backend stuff is handled in Nuxt. I watched the stream where you set up Nuxt with Prisma and OAuth. Can you explain how I should add a model and controller? For example, show to-dos of a user. Yes, and we can write some code. Reverse classes. Yeah, that could be interesting where people come on to teach me a thing. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, if it was somebody that I knew that was like a good teacher, then maybe. But you can. I think it's too much to risk like a random viewer trying to come on and teach me something. Though that actually could be pretty fun. uh, will ever complete the to-dos enlisted? I hope so. Like, um, we're getting there. We're getting there. Like, it's taken a lot of setup, but it's really only because I'm caring. I care about making something that is production ready, right? Like I could speed run listed in a day, but it's not going to have tests. It's not going to have GitHub actions. It's not going to have commit hooks. It's not going to be nicely structured. So like I'm spending a lot of time making sure I have like a really good code base and a really good base because people can learn from it, right? Like people can try to write good stuff from it. So I'm really trying to avoid writing hacky code or, yeah, things that aren't maintainable or scalable, which results in taking a lot longer. So, yeah. All right. Let's talk about becoming a member, and then we'll write some code. We're gonna spin up a Nuxt app, add Prisma to it, add. Wait, Auth.js doesn't support Nuxt yet, does it? Well, what's up, Chris? Good evening. But yeah, after this quick note from our sponsors, we will we'll spin up a Nuxt app, and I'll show you how you would basically do backend stuff with it. All right, Coding Garden is brought to you by viewers like you. So I'm doing. So you could argue whether or not I'm doing a good job of answering these questions, but I'm trying my best, and this is something that I do several times a month, where I just answer people's questions in the chat, and I'm giving back to the community. I'm doing my best to help people that are new, help people that are confused, help people that are experienced but maybe just want to hear my opinion. And I do all of that for free. So the way that I get support is through either GitHub sponsors, Patreon, YouTube memberships, Twitch subs, or one-time donations. Like that. Thank you, David. Thank you for the bits. So if the things that I do are useful to you, I guess I haven't even mentioned this, but I have a YouTube channel. I have YouTube videos there as well. Some of the more recent stuff that I've done on YouTube has just been a summary of what we're working on in our full stack app. But if you could scroll back to a few months ago, I have videos on like solving programming problems in multiple ways. I have videos on building like a CRUD API, building and setting up a React app, intro to TypeScript. These kinds of things are completely free on my YouTube channel. And you can also look at some of the past live streams where I built things, and I talk about how to design a database and build various full stack apps. I've also done like various speed runs and stuff like that. So basically supporting me helps me keep doing stuff like this so I can keep publishing stuff like that to YouTube and also keep doing Twitch live streams like this. So yeah. Do I like Svelte? Yeah, Svelte is cool. Svelte is cool. Is that it? Is that all I want to say? I think that's all I want to say. We have various membership goals. Right now we're at 508 total members, so that's across Patreon, Twitch, YouTube, and GitHub. But if we get to 650 members, we're about 140 away. I will pair with a noob. Basically, if you're a noob in the chat, you can request, and we'll vote between whoever applies for it, and then I'll pair with you. We'll build something in the chat right then and there. If we get to 750, I'll do a code review. If we get to 1,000, I will eat a spicy hot wing and then try to solve a coding problem. And if we get to 1,500, I'll do a 24-hour live stream at some point in the future. So that's it. I guess the other ways that I provide value are some of the stuff that I have on GitHub. So if you've ever used the Express API starter, this is something I made a while back, and I keep it updated. It's basically a starter template for an Express app. I mean, it has over 300 stars, so some people have gotten some use out of it. I also more recently created a TypeScript version of it. And so you can use this if you're getting started with that. And then I also have like a Vite React template that I built live on stream. I think it's just called React Starter. Yeah, React TypeScript Starter. So Vite has a project generator, but it doesn't come with ESLint. It doesn't come with Prettier. It doesn't have a router set up. It doesn't have the component testing library set up. So this is like a super bare bones starter, but it has all of that other stuff set up for you, so you can just get up and going. So this is another project that people get a lot of benefit out as well. All right, let's write some code. So Razorson asked, they're used to Laravel with backend, and now they want to try Nuxt. And so I'm not familiar with Laravel, but I am familiar with like .NET MVC and the idea of you have a view, which is like the template that's going to be rendered. You have the controller, which potentially does your database lookup, and then you have the model, which is called by the controller to like do database lookup and stuff like that. So you have that separation. In a Nuxt app, you kind of just have like a view and a combined model and controller all in one, but you could separate it out if you really wanted to. So let's spin up a Nuxt app and see what would happen. So maybe I don't need to create a directory. So I'm going to spin up a Nuxt app. If you're new to Nuxt, Nuxt is a meta framework. It's built on top of and uses Vue.js. So Vue.js is the front-end framework. Nuxt is built on top of it to give you like file-based routing. and API handlers and a lot of other things. So like Nuxt is very similar in comparison to like Next.js for the React world, but Nuxt is for the Vue world. All right. Go in there, install dependencies. I don't think Nuxt is an acronym, no. I think it might be a play on Next. So instead of Next, it's Nuxt because Vue has a U in it. That would be my guess. Great. If we start it up, we have a Nuxt app. Look at that. Is that what Smiley said? It feels more like a play on. Yeah, that's my guess. Okay, so we have a Nuxt app. I would be interested, like Razorson or anybody else that's familiar with Laravel. Can you send me an example code base that shows how Laravel does MVC, so I can get an idea for how things are set up there? But at the end of the day, in your Nuxt app, you can do whatever you want. It has a mechanism for writing your templates and things that'll be server rendered or run on the client. And it has a mechanism for doing like data only things, but you can just structure it however you want. It doesn't have to be MVC. It's basically just like API and view code, I guess. If I don't know, that's probably not the best way to put it, but create Laravel. I don't have PHP on my machine. Yeah, I would say Vue is pretty easy to learn if you know React. Definitely. Okay, so here's our entry point into our Nuxt app. It has this Nuxt welcome, which is just like a built-in component. If I remove that and I just add an H1 that says hello world, we should get a hello world component. Yeah, like this. But what should we build really quick that has some data? Honestly, I'll just install Prisma. We'll have like a list of items from Prisma. So let's get Prisma going. Something with lists, yeah, basically. And I think do we get TypeScript? Yeah, we get TypeScript out of the box here, so I don't need to do that. I just need to install Prisma as a dev dependency. So we got Prisma, and then we'll do an init, and we're just going to use SQLite. So we won't even have like a Postgres database or anything like that. It'll just be SQLite. Great. So now we have a Prisma folder. We have our schema. Prisma is a tool for modeling your database. It will do migrations, and then it will also generate a TypeScript typed client for talking to your database. So let's just have a model called item, and it's going to have an ID, and it's going to have a title, a name, which is going to be a string, and yeah, that's all we're gonna. It's gonna be. We're just gonna have an array of items, but they're gonna live in a database. This is what we're gonna do. It's gonna be easy. 2 hours for configs. No, I think we're good to go. We're at the point where now we can literally just start coding against this. So this describes a database table that has two columns. It has an ID, which will be auto incremented by the database, and it has a name, which will be the name of some item that we have. So now, if I want Prisma to generate the code to put this into a SQLite database, I can do npx Prisma migrate dev. And I'll call this the initial init migration. It created the SQL that would basically create this table in my database. And so now over here, I've got this, which is pretty standard. That's just some SQL code to create an item table with those two properties, which is cool. But then also we now have the Prisma client here, which is going to let us talk to that database. So let's get that going. Basically, we need a page that's going to list out the data from the database. And we can go ahead and put some data in the database for now. I'm going to run Prisma Studio. And this is just like a viewer built in, so I can actually look at the database, but we can just go in and add some items. So let's say we have the gold JS sticker. This is one item. Let's add also a free debugs sticker. Let's also add a code mug. What are some other items that we're going to have? Not exactly a CRM. The Prisma Studio is nice, definitely like for development. I don't have any experience using Prisma Studio like in production. Oh yeah, the dark JS shirt. These don't have to be products. They can literally be anything. A MacBook. I guess we're technically doing products. A coloring book. I don't know. Basically, we have all these items. I'll click save. Now these exist in my database. And so, yeah, we definitely need to add a banana. Banana. Save. Cool. So now this is in my database. Let's write some code to query my database to get that out. So let's look at the Nuxt docs on how to do a some pages. If you look in there, I think it's guide. Yeah. The guide shows you the possible directory structure that your Nuxt app can have. You can see by default, it only gave us app.view. But if we start to read about what these different things do, then we can start creating some pages. So let's create a page. So we're going to create a pages directory. And then in pages, let's actually just do index.view. So this will be the home page that gets loaded in. And we need a template. It just says index, and then we need to tell app.view that it should load our pages folder. And so to do that, we can use the Nuxt page, I think it is. So this is like a built-in component that will render the pages here in the app. And so now when I go to the home page, it's actually going to load this. And let's just add some basic styles so that we have dark mode. Let's do, I think in the Nuxt config, can I add like some meta or like head tags? Let's see if they talk about the way to add CSS to our app, because I want to kind of add it. I want to add like a CSS link to the home page in the home page rather than, I guess technically I could do an import. App meta. Head. App head. No, you're close. Yeah, it's app head and then meta. Yeah, you got it. But yeah, I don't want a meta tag. So I'm just going to add Pico CSS, which is a CSS framework that doesn't require any CSS classes. It literally just does this. So I want to add a link in the head. So I think I can do link, and then we'll say rel is style sheet, and href is this. Right. Does it want an array? Yes. So now that I've done this, this CSS file is basically going to be injected into the head of every page that gets rendered. And let's see if it did it. I might, oh, is my app even running? My app isn't running. Or it is. It is running. Where is it running? Here. There we go. So now we have Pico CSS, so it loads dark mode. And you can see when the page is rendered, it basically just automatically injects that link into the head. There are other ways to do it, but this basically makes sure that CSS shows up on every page. Okay, we got dark mode. Great. We're not blinding people. Now, I potentially want to get data from my backend. So let's set that up. If you look in the Nuxt docs, they talk about the server folder. So if we go back to the guide, cumbersome. What are you talking about, America 2050? So in the directory, I do believe there's a server folder, and in the server folder, you can have API routes. So here, if I do server API and then like items, I can define something that's going to look up my database. Yeah, that's like the new. That's like tabs versus spaces, like on Silicon Valley. Okay, so let's create a folder called server, and then inside of there, I'll create a folder called API. And then inside of there, I'll create a file called items.ts. And then this just does this. So like right now, if I were to return just an array, like name banana, now I have an API handler that returns an array of items, and then I can call that from inside of my component. So on the home page, if I add my script here, say it's going to be TypeScript, and we're going to use script setup. I believe if I do fetch, or is it like use fetch or $ fetch? Let's look at how to do fetching. Yeah, I guess there's also a way to define a component without like a view template. I probably just want to search the guide for fetch. Data fetching. Yeah, so use fetch. Yeah, so use fetch is built in here, and yeah, it has detected that I created that API route, and so now I can do that, and that gives me back the data, like this, and we need to await it, and for now I'll just console log out that data. So if we look in the dev tools, we get this. I think data is probably I don't need to destructure it. I think I can just straight up say these are the items. Oh, it's a ref. Okay. So I actually want to do data.value, and that will give me will in this case we'll see the array of items here. So we have an array that has banana inside of it. So basically, when this page gets rendered out, it's calling that API function, and we get access to the data. Let's show those items on the page. So we have a container. We'll just have an unordered list, and then we'll have a list item, and we want to repeat that list item for every item in data. And data, the type should flow through. Yeah, you can see data is an array of things that have a name. So if I do item dot, it knows that it has a name property. So in the template, you don't have to do dot value, but when you're in the script, you do have to do dot value. So now we should see a list with banana. Beautiful. But now if I want to query my database, I can do that in the API handler. So over here, instead of returning some mock data, I can import the Prisma client from here. Let's take a quick stretch. True, Oscar, unless you have a typo in your data. So the use fetch is coming from Nuxt. What were you asking is coming from Nuxt and not Vue? Oh, I'll try that in a second. What's up, baby? You can remind me. First, what I want to do is I actually just want to I want to create a single instance of the Prisma client here. So that way I just import the single instance. Yeah, so in Vue, any reactive value, whether it's a ref or reactive, is a proxy. So that's how Vue is able to know it needs to update the view when that thing changes. No config. We're not going to do any configs. We'll have a lowercase Prisma client, which is an instance of client, which is a new Prisma client. Why is this complaining? Not constructible? Isn't it though? Yeah, I made a typo, didn't I? I'm getting really bad about typos lately. Let me make sure I'm doing that right for Prisma. Is it? Oh, you're right. It is a named export. Yeah, thank you, the Rugged Bear. Like that. Okay, so we pull in the Prisma client, which this got generated for us when we ran Prisma migrate dev. And you can also run Prisma generate. But now Prisma client is an instance. We'll import that instance over here. This one. And now we can use it. So when the API handler runs, we'll say items are Prisma client dot item dot find many. And so basically this is the ORM that got generated for us. I need to make this async. Yeah, this is the default alias for imports that they have. But you can see that, so item is the, this got generated for us and has like full typing. So you can see the return value here is an array of item. And so we can literally just return items right here. I mean, honestly, we can, to be clear, let's do this. We'll return an object that has, no, because then that would be data.data. We'll return an object that has an items property that are the items that we want. So now that we've done this, yeah, you're right. Yeah, right, Coda. Instead of having to do relative pathing, this is the alias to the root. So now when we call the API, we look it up in our database, we return it, and then we can use it over here. So data inside of that is going to have items. So if I do data.items, that's the thing that I want to iterate over. And now all the stuff from my database is on the page. So to get back to your question, Raiderson, who was asking, can I explain how I would add a model and a controller and show to-dos of a user? Yeah, so you can call these items to-dos or something like that. But basically, the way you structure the code is completely up to you, right? So what I've done here is I've kind of mashed together the model and the controller. But technically, like you could pull this out into like a separate module, call it like item. And this is everything combined all into one basically. But I mean, you could argue that the Prisma client is already the model. It's already the data access layer, so there might not be any reason to further abstract this. So we're using SQLite. We are using SQLite, so it's putting all of our data in this little file called dev.db. So it's not like a Postgres or MySQL database. Data being, yeah, I don't know the difference. Yeah, can we destructure it? Potentially, but yeah, but then it has the any type. We potentially lose the typing. Let's see. Yeah, well, the reason we can't do that is because we have to do dot value. So say items is data dot value like this. It gets a little bit cumbersome, but now that I've done that, then I can do that. But I guess we also could say if it's not defined initially, it's that. Is that true though? The thing is, if you destructure the value property, um, then you're losing the reactivity. Yeah, I guess it might this all has to do with like the holding on to the reactivity, because what we could do is actually on the front end we can push into that array and it would change in the UI. So yeah, there's computed. You could also do a ref. Yeah, exactly. So if you destructure it, you're pulling it out of the proxy potentially. Um, there's another way to write it. So you could do a computed that just grabs data.value, and then now you're not losing the reactivity, and you can say items is that. This does look a little bit cumbersome though. I think if I do this, then let's see, items is potentially null. So really I could say only show this if items is a thing. Cool. But then for whatever reason, we lose the type safety here. Oh, you're right. You're totally right. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, so this is one. Okay, so this is one way to do it. Put it into to a computed property. This should still work. This feels a little cumbersome though. But yeah, you're right. I need to be destructuring the nested value, because then I could say value and then items like that. But value is possibly null. So you can't destructure it. Yeah, it's getting a little too complicated though. In the Laravel ecosystem, code structure is a little bit restricted. That's why I'm obsessed to know the best structure. Yeah, so ultimately, so I think we've gotten a code example to at least answer Razorson's question. You, yeah, I think it makes sense. I would just use data here. Like if you want to be able to access items directly, then you need the VIF. But if we use data, then I can do data.items directly, and then I use the optional chaining there, because data could be null. So I like this way the best. But yeah, so Nuxt doesn't have any opinions about where your models, your views, and your controllers go. Yeah, you can just structure that yourself. Like, I guess you could consider this, because this is the API handler. This is kind of like is it the controller? I guess the other thing is like this is not tightly coupled with this page here. You could literally call this API endpoint from any other component, right? Like, let's just create another file called like count.view. And it's going to do something similar, but instead of iterating, we'll just say how many items are in the database. So like there are data.items.length items in the DB. Right? So this page can technically call that same API endpoint, but have a different view associated with it. So you've kind of like decoupled the handler from the page. And so now if I go to /count, it says there are 7 items in the database. So I think that's the other thing about structuring it with these API handlers is you no longer are tightly coupling the controller and the model in the view. Is that okay to say? It's weird that you have to fetch again in script and there's no page load functionality. Oh, well, here's the nice thing that I haven't talked about yet. This looks like I'm doing like a fetch on the server. It's smart enough to it's just smart enough to render the page with this and not make an API request. So like, let's look at what actually happens in the page render. If we look at the network tab, if I refresh this, there's no XHR, right? This literally gets server rendered. Here it is. You can see it right there. There are 7 items in the database. So when Nuxt spins up this page on the back end, this use fetch happens, and use fetch is smart enough to know that when it's running on the server side, it can actually just call this directly. It doesn't need to do an HTTP request because it's calling itself, right? So whenever this runs on the server, it literally it's basically like calling this function directly. But if this runs on the client, then it makes an actual HTTP, like a XHR HTTP request. Like let's add a little bit of navigation to our app. So, but if you want to execute on the client, it just does. It just does. Check it out. So if I say like homepage and then count page, and then there's a built-in component called the Nuxt link, like this. And if I want to link this, I can add the href to be slash, and then the count page here, it's going to be slash count. So now we have a navigation bar, but watch the XHR. When I go to the home page, it actually makes an API request. So get localhost 3000 API items, and you can see that we're getting the JSON data there. And if I go back to the count page, then it's making an XHR request. So depending on how that page loaded, so initial page render, no XHR. The server hydrated the page and was able to call that function on the server side. And then when I go to the count page, it makes the XHR request to load those in. Now, there's probably something we can do for caching, right? Because this is just making that API request over and over again, and we can probably tell it that like things haven't changed. But you can see that you get the right behavior by default. Like if you wanted to call an external API, you wouldn't call use fetch. I think you would just do. Actually, does use. Let's try. Let's just like let's also make a request to the Reddit API. Yeah, and I think that's a good point to make, Amasil. Like this, for someone who doesn't know how the system works, it can be a little bit ambiguous as to where the code is actually running. And like with SvelteKit, it's very explicit where that code is running. Yeah, so basically we could server-side render like some Reddit posts. Let's go to r/JavaScript. We're gonna rename this to Reddit data. It's only client-side rendered if I navigate to the page after the page is already loaded. The first render is always server-side rendered. Yeah, so that request for Reddit actually happens on the server side. So we go to the count page, it gets items. We go here, you can see that it actually requests Reddit directly on the client side. So if you've written the code this way, then you have to be sure that the API that you're calling supports cores and everything like that, right? Because whenever it loads on the client, then this is going to be called directly from the client. If you wanted to make sure that this request always runs, at least like it goes through the server, basically like proxies through your server, you would need to make like a fetch request inside of an API handler instead. If that makes sense. Right? Right. Does this help, Razorson, or would you like to see a yeah? So use fetch is a Nuxt thing that gets added by Nuxt. What do you mean? Was it stuck? No. It worked. I don't want to mix like calling external APIs here. But what we showed is it behaves the same way. It'll server render it, but if it loads on the client, it'll client render it. No, there is an option. Yeah, there's actually define page meta, and there's some option to disable server-side rendering. Let's see what it is. What do you mean 45 seconds and counting? What do you mean? Yeah, there's a way to tell it to only. You might actually, there might also be an option in use fetch to tell it to be a client side request only, but we could also just disable server side rendering altogether. Use fetch has the server false option. There we go. So now it's always going to be a client-side request. So it's not going to server-side render that. So now if I look at the server-rendered version of it, the data is not there. It's an empty list because we've told it that that request should only ever happen on the client, and then the request happens there. But if I disable server false, when we server render it, we actually render it with those items from the database in the HTML. So yeah, you have the option to turn it on or off. If true, maybe it forces it. I think true is the default, honestly. Let's see. So we go to the count page, go back to the home page, and it made an HTTP request. So like true is the default. Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense, Dev Henrik. I think that's the option that I found earlier. Like if we go to our actual Nuxt config, if we set SSR false here, then it will do no server-side rendering. Everything will be client-side rendered. But now we have like a hybrid approach. Yeah, the first hydration on the server makes a lot of sense. I mean, that's basically what like get server-side props inside of Next.js. That's what that does, right? So get server-side props is going to server-side render your page with that data from get server-side props. But then after that, you could have like client-side state for like updating stuff. And then like with the next 13 beta and like server components, basically that's a component that's like always server-side rendered. There might be a way to this define page meta might have some option in there. Get initial props. Maybe? What's the difference between get initial props and get server-side props? Okay, glad to hear it, Razorson. Yeah, and I think so. At the end of the day, like you can see that how these two things link together. Use fetch knows about all of your API routes, like this, so it knows that we created one called API/items, and then in here you can do literally whatever you want. You can make a fetch request. You can do a database request. Basically, whatever you return is what's going to show up here that you can use on the client. And then it's up to you how you structure it. Like you could put this into a data access layer module. You could create a service, but you're going to end up calling it here to return to the front end. Get initial props runs the first time on the server, then on the client. Get SSP is only on the server. Oh, okay, that's good to know. So get initial props will run in both places. But for example, this, which is a database lookup, you couldn't have that in get initial props because this code can't run on the client. This code can only run on the server. So this kind of code in Next would need to be in get server-side props. Cool. That was fun. Thank you for your question, Majorson. I'm glad we were able to get a simple enough example to showcase that because it's nice to have just like simple code to clearly illustrate what we're trying to do here and not get too bogged down in configs or anything like that. So Nuxt example project idea, a giveaway user interface. I don't feel like writing it. I like running it from the command line. Um, where is it? Yeah, this. If you want a server-side render, is it still best to use Nuxt instead of going Vue? I would say so, just because they have so much built in and they have so many guidelines on all the different ways of doing things. Like, technically, if you look at the Vue.js docs, they have a section on SSR. Boo! Sorry, Dr. Phantom. I like the terminal. But if you look in the Vue docs, they talk about the various ways of doing server-side rendering, and Vite actually has like a there's an SSR plugin, and there's the Vue server renderer. But ultimately, if you go this route, which is a little bit more manual, you're gonna end up creating something like Nuxt. So I think like Nuxt is definitely the way to go. If you look at the docs for Vite and you search for SSR, I thought there's like a section on, yeah, server-side rendering. And there are some projects that make it a bit easier to do SSR with Vite. I think it's literally called like Vite SSR. And like Vite, yeah, these are a couple of things to check out. But they're all not not necessarily doing what like Nuxt is doing. But yeah, I think Filmtorial has a great point. Like if you're trying to build a completely static app, something like Astro would make a lot of sense too. I mean, it depends on what you're trying to do, but Josie, like if you're building a completely like a something that doesn't have a lot of dynamic data in it, and it would benefit from being pre-generated, something like Astro makes a lot of sense. But that's not every website. Like right now, we could potentially use Astro for something like this if this is a data source that doesn't change often. But let's say we wanted to add some interactivity, like we wanted a form where people can add new items, and various other things that are changing constantly. They're not always the same for a long period of time. Then I don't think Astro would make as much sense. Like technically, you could have like an Astro island that has all of the JS functionality of requesting new items and adding new items, but at that point, you probably want a meta framework like Next or Nuxt or SvelteKit. Yeah, develop server-side applications with Vite. This is the one that I've looked at before. I think people were mentioning that this is a bit lower level than Nuxt, but it's just like a single plugin for Vite. Cool. All right. I need to take a quick break, and then we'll get back into it. But if did you learn something? If you learned something, type 1 in chat. If anything, did I introduce you to Nuxt? Did you learn about API routes in Nuxt? Did you learn about refs in Vue? Did you learn about Prisma? If you learned something, type 1 in chat. -1, come on, Hugo. Come on. Come on. Nice. Dr. Thu learned a little bit of something. And Dark Matter. And Mike the Tree Climber. And American 2050. And Solly. And Mazerson. Glad to hear it. Yeah. If you have a question, do !ask. So it'll show up over here and then I won't lose it. I'm going to run to the restroom. But when I come back, we'll answer some more questions. And in the meantime, I'll remind you that Coding Garden is brought to you by viewers like you. So if you would like to support me, if I taught you something, if you typed 1 in chat, then maybe you should consider supporting me. You can be a GitHub sponsor, a patron, a YouTube member, a Twitch sub, or there's various other ways like direct donations or merch. But I'll be right back. hello. Glad to see you. All right, let's try to just do our best to do a lightning round of questions. All right, so the Blahbill asks, what do I think about Nest.js? I think if you like structure, and if you're coming from, let's say, like .NET or Java Spring or any other like MVC style framework, and you're coming into the Node.js or in TypeScript world, Nest.js makes a lot of sense. I haven't used it. I've only like looked at their docs and seen examples of it, but if that's the kind of thing that you're familiar with, then Nest you'll jive pretty well with Nest.js. And also, like if you use Angular on the front end, it has it has a similar feeling, but that's because it's more. I don't know if enterprisey is the right word to use, but basically it has a lot of opinions and it's very verbose, but potentially for good reason. So, yeah. Let's see. This is the same question. Yeah, it's the same question. All right. So Woodziger is saying, for my graduation project, I'm making a full stack web app using Fast API for the backend and Nuxt for the front end. Right now, I'm storing data in the local host and using encrypt storage. Is this a smart way to handle some data and store it just to send to my API later? It's probably fine. I've never heard of this library encrypt storage, but is it just using local storage? Is this the library that you're using? Oh, and Stormkill, I missed that. Thank you for the raid. Welcome in, raiders. Glad to see you. I'm doing a Q&A. This is the one. Okay. Save encrypted data in local storage. But why? But why? So basically on the front end, the user has entered in something, and then you, instead of sending it to your backend immediately, like you're putting it in local storage, and then later on you're going to send it to your API. Is that what's happening? I guess I don't really see a use case for this library because I guess maybe, well, the thing is you need the key to the encryption, and then to get the key for the encryption, where is that stored? I guess maybe you have it stored on your backend so that it can be decrypted locally only if you're logged in. Yeah, I don't know. How about this, Woodziger? Tell me, what are you trying to build? What are you making, and what do you see the use of encrypt storage for? Like, why do you think you need encrypt storage? And then I can answer your question. If you do exclamation mark comment, so I'm just encrypting some data of the user. My key is in the env and gets randomly generated. But I think that's the other thing is like, where in the env, like on your backend? And then to decrypt the data, are you sending it to your backend to be decrypted? Because if the encryption key is on the front end, then there's no point in the encryption at all, because literally anybody that looks at the source code can find that key and decrypt the storage. So let's take a step back before we even talk about encryption. Tell me the use case. So like, what data are you storing, and then also why are you putting it in local storage? Let's not even talk about encrypt storage. Let's say you have some data, you're putting it in local storage before sending it to your API. Explain that to me. Why are you doing that? and what kind of data? And I'm gonna answer some other questions in the meantime. Do exclamation mark comment number 3443 so that way I can see your comments below this question. All right, if you asked a question, type exclamation mark API and things will bubble up. Yeah, but so if it's offline support, then there are ways you can go about that, and there's some libraries that you can use as well. But let's see what Woodziger is trying to do. Yep, exclamation mark here if you've already asked a question, or if you have a new question, exclamation mark ask, and it'll show up here, and I'll do my best to answer it. And in the meantime, Coding Garden is brought to you by viewers like you. So we've got lots of Twitch subs and GitHub sponsors and patrons and YouTube members. And if you'd like to support me, you can become one as well. So if you go to coding.garden/support, it has all the ways that you can support me. And I would appreciate it. I sure would appreciate it. All right. What's up, Hugo? Who says, "You do so much. Want to make sure I'm doing well. I'm doing all right. I'm doing good. I've been getting good sleep. I've been trying to eat better. I've lost like 3 pounds in the past 2 weeks, so I'm taking care of myself. I'm doing good. Thank you for asking, Hugo. What is the temperature in Denver, Colorado? It's actually pretty warm today. Um, wow, this is the warmest it has been um, since winter started. Yeah, so if you want that in Celsius, it's 21 degrees. It's summer weather. We're in winter and it's summer weather. And Pisces, thank you for that Prime sub. Yeah, if you want the real temperature, it's 21 degrees Celsius. So yeah, it's super warm. I probably should go for a walk. I shouldn't be sitting here at my computer all day. My favorite framework for backend, um, I like things that I know really well, and I have built a lot of backends with Node and Express. Just bare Node and Express. And that's not Express really isn't even a framework. It's like a micro framework. But I know how to get things done with that, so that's typically what I would choose on the back end. More recently, I've built a lot of stuff with feathers as well. But they moved to version 5. I haven't tried out version 5 just yet. Let's look at molecular. Molecular. I was like molecular? Molecular JS. Progressive microservices framework for Node. I haven't seen this before. You can create services, add actions. Fascinating. Yeah, fascinating. So yeah, I've used Feathers as well. And what's nice is Feathers looks very similar to Express. It's in Feathers v4, it was the main thing that was actually behind the scenes. Now in Feathers v5, it's actually Koa. Which is this. Why are all these websites just flat? They're so bright. They're so bright. But Koa is like it's easier to do, I guess, like asynchronous things. But Feathers v5 is based on that instead. But the stuff you write still looks exactly like Express, even though it's built on top of Koa. So yeah, probably favorite would be Node and Express and Feathers. That's my favorite. How do you demonstrate your backend portfolio or skill set without implementing a front end as well? You're probably just going to need to open source it. I mean, I guess the other thing is you have API documentation, right? So if, let's say, you're building a backend API, you're going to want something like Swagger or Open API, something that is documentation for the API that you created. And then if it's in your portfolio, it should be open source. So that way, if a hiring manager wants to see the code, that they could see it. So yeah, that's my suggestion: is make it open source or use Open API, which is Swagger. So basically, this is like a web UI that shows the documentation for your API. That's one way to go. There are other documentation tools, but that's probably one of the most popular. And then, yeah, I think that's it. Like open source and really good documentation. That'll show that you know what you're doing on the back end. Who is taking care of the API security topics? What do you mean by that, Pisces? Like what library or what person? Or what do you mean? What do you mean? Yeah, and like I said, Dr. Phantom, we're not going to do that for now. Have you tried tsaid.io? Framework for Node and TypeScript. Why does no one have a dark mode? tsaid is a framework for building server-side and scalable applications for Node environment. Oh, so it's like built on top of Express or Koa? And then they have plugins for databases. Cool. I've never seen this before. I mean, it kind of looks like what Feathers is trying to do. Um, that auto generates API docs. That's cool. Yeah, I've never heard of it. It'd be interesting to look at some point. Not today, but at some point it'd be cool to look at. Comments are broken? Okay. Oh, and then okay, it's a command. They ran it as a command. So I will do this. So the project is a very small moving web app. The user will have to fill their old address and new address, how much is being moved, and if they want insurance on the stuff that's being moved. So I want to store that data the user has filled in, old house, new house, personal info insurance, and sending it encrypted to my backend, just to decrypt it there. The point is, project leader does explicitly not want to use cookies, so I thought about using local storage. If they don't, okay, so this is good info, but let's break this down. Project leader is potentially misinformed or has different ideas about how we should do stuff like this. But let's talk about it. No, but I mean, we're going to answer the question. Like, I would agree that local storage is not the answer, and I'm going to tell you why in a couple of ways. Um, let's break this down. Yeah, and I already see in the chat some people that are mentioning the things that I'm going to talk about. So yeah, I would say there's potentially some misconceptions about cookies by your project lead, because it's possible to use cookies without so let's start here. And actually not even start there. We're going to start with the idea of encryption and encrypting. I'll say this. If your site is running behind TLS, which is like HTTPS, it is encrypted. So, and in this day and age, you're not going to be deploying a website that isn't HTTPS. So, all of that encryption is handled already for you. There's no need for you to further encrypt something, because anything going over the wire is going to be encrypted in a TLS tunnel, an encrypted tunnel. If your site is running behind TLS, all communication is encrypted. So JSON request bodies, form encoded requests, everything, all of that is automatically encrypted, so you don't need to encrypt it yourself. Basically, by sending encrypted data from the client to be decrypted on the server side, you're just adding extra work because your site is already running behind TLS or HTTPS. Yeah, and what's up, Mr. Demon Wolf? Yeah, every site should already be that way. So you can let me know, Woodsiger. Is your site running behind TLS? Because if not, don't mention what it is because people will try to hack you. But basically, if it's running through HTTPS, any data transferred is already encrypted. And if it's not HTTPS, I would argue that it should be, because then you don't have to do all this extra application code of encrypting and decrypting the data. Like anything that runs over HTTPS is going to be encrypted anyway. So that's the other thing. That's the thing to consider. Now, if you have some like user, I guess like you need to consider your authorization. Like authorization strategy, right? Because the lead says no cookies. But why do they say no cookies? Do they mean no user login? Because you can still have cookies and basically have like an anonymous user session without having any sort of login system. Do they mean they want like stateless / sessionless? Because you can still use cookies and things can be stateless and sessionless. Basically, your token or your user token, that the thing that identifies the user, could be stored inside of a cookie, but on the server side, that's where you basically handle populating the user info on any request to make sure that it's still stateless or sessionless. These are things to consider here, that like even though they said they don't want cookies, they potentially mean they don't want to have the user to log in. Like it needs to be able to be an anonymous submission. But essentially what you can do is you can have an anonymous user session handled by your backend, right? So the first time someone comes to your page, if the cookie is not set, your backend can create an entry in the database for this user with a unique random ID and then set a cookie. And now every request that user makes, you associate with that random ID in your backend database. So when the user submits the form, like that random ID would potentially be included in a cookie or something like that. And then on your back end, when you save the info, you now you associate it there. So no logins, just payments, and the rest is done via email. It's going to be trickier to implement if you don't have any sort of authentication. I will say if you use something like Firebase authentication, they actually have anonymous authentication built into it. So users don't have to log in, but any unique user that comes to your website gets a session. So that's possible as well. So yeah, we're going down the path of no logins. Lead says no cookies, but really what they mean is no user sign up or login. So what they really mean is they want like a seamless way of filling out this form and submitting payment without actually creating an account. The issue is if they're doing payments, then how is a user going to see like the history of payments, or like is their payment still pending or something like that? They're going to need some kind of dashboard with some way of logging in or seeing that, unless you're not going to provide that. Basically, they fire it off, and then maybe you have a backend that sends them an email. But at that point, you have their email, so you actually could do like passwordless login with email. So I would say consider passwordless / magic link authentication, because if you're already going to have the user's email, then basically you could send them a link that allows them to be authorized based on the link that you sent to that specific email, and now you kind of like have a user system. So yeah. if the user doesn't give permission for cookies, though, you can store a token like in local storage and then send it in every single request, but that's gonna change the like the architecture of your front end. And what's up, Namaste Geek says, thank you for coding and even the occasional IRL. I really enjoy both. Well, thank you, Namaste Geek. I appreciate that. Yeah. And see you later, Dr. Thu. Thank you for hanging out. TLS SSL is a reverse proxy front loader balancer concern. She shouldn't even worry about SSL unless you're responsible for deployment. Yeah. Yeah. So if you haven't heard of this, basically there are services out there that will, when a user is logging in, they put in their email. The service sends them an email with a link, and then when they click the link, they are now logged in. Use OAuth for connecting with the API. Problem is, my boss wants no boilerplate in my front end, so there goes my idea for state libraries. What do you? I don't know what you mean by that exactly. Like no boilerplate? Like you don't want to use like a? Yeah, I don't know what you mean by that. Are they saying they want no external libraries at all? But yeah, Auth0 apparently has login with Magic Link. I think Supabase has it. So Supabase has a lot of different things, but they specifically do offer up this auth service. If we look in auth, email Magic Link auth login. Razorson, thank you for the 2 gifted. Appreciate that. Yeah, if you're using the database piece of it, it's on Postgres for Supabase. What else was I thinking of? I feel like there's a service that provides this. Is it literally magic.link? No, that's Web3 stuff. Maybe not. I'm only allowed to use context, no Redux. That's what I meant for boilerplate. He doesn't want the code to be messy. Okay. I see. So like no, he doesn't want you to use like Redux toolkit or anything like that. But none of that is required to yeah, none. You don't necessarily need Redux or anything like that to get this going in your React app. At the end of the day, like if you decide to use the context API, your code is gonna, however big your app gets, your code is gonna start to look similar to that. I mean, yeah, I guess like we don't know your manager or like why they have these opinions, but it seems like their opinions are like potentially misguided. Like they have those opinions because they want a clean code base, they want a seamless user experience, and so that's why they're giving you all of these constraints. But there's a way to do it that like isn't like your standard like React app with like boilerplate and stuff like that. I mean, a library that I've used a lot is this thing called Easy Peasy. It's technically using Redux under the hood, but it makes your global state management super easy. You have some initial state, you have some actions that can be asynchronous, or I guess you also have thunks, which are asynchronous. But basically, you write code like this, and behind the scenes, it's like using Redux. So like, you could use something like this. That's a potential option. The other one that people suggest are like Zustand for state management, but you definitely don't technically have to do that. So your boss is an old programmer, used .NET. He doesn't like new technologies. Yeah, at the end of the day, like if you're not allowed to use these kind of libraries, you're going to end up writing something yourself that does a similar thing, and then now you have more code to maintain. So I think there's potentially a happy middle ground because like basically like he doesn't want a lot of dependencies, he doesn't want a lot of boilerplate, and then the other aspect is like the seamless user experience without having to log in. That honestly just kind of sounds like a security nightmare or a whole lot of work to get things working without login because you can't use any existing login systems. You basically have to come up with your own strategy of identifying the user and keeping track of them and stuff like that. So I don't want to talk about this too much longer, but I think here are some things that you can research to figure out and maybe ask your boss if this is what he was thinking of. So I would consider using something like Email Magic Link. Like if they need to um, do the thing and then like initiate the payments to submit the form, like before that, you can just say, hey, provide your email so that way we can keep track of your stuff. So that would basically allow, now that you are using that system, then users are now logged in. So you don't have to do any like weird stuff. Basically, you have a user login. And now when they submit this form, it's associated with that one user and that one email. And then now that you have their info, if you need to generate an invoice or you need a status page of like, did the checkout work or like, what's the status of my order? They can do that because they have login info. But yeah, but I'll also add though, like encrypting on the front end, then decrypting on the back end. There's no use to that because you're going to be deployed HTTPS. So I would stop thinking about it like that. Basically, you use your standard fetch and post requests and stuff like that. Don't try to come up with any new way of doing security because it's probably going to have security holes in it. And you're just doing more work than you actually need to. Yeah. And I think that, yeah, that's the other aspect of it. Is like to even encrypt that data on the client side, you need the key, which means you would have had to have sent that key to the client somehow anyways. So yeah. Cool. That'll work. Thank you, Dr. Phantom. Didn't you say you were leaving? Maybe that was somebody else. This is another potential option though. Implement an anonymous user login system. So let's describe how you would do this, and then I'll be done talking about this. On initial request, if user is new, create a non-user entry in DB and set cookie to a non-user ID. So basically, if you have a separate, and I guess tell me, you didn't tell me the technology you're using, but do you have like a React app and then a separate backend? Is that how you're doing things, Woodziger? Or is this like Next.js or yeah, tell me what is your architecture? Because if it's like a separate standalone React app talking to a backend, then your front end can make like a GET request to like /user, something like this. How do I store the data that has been filled? I need to show it on a summary page. Next.js front end. Oh yeah, you mentioned that. What is Fast API? Oh, Python. Okay. But why are you using Next.js then? Because you're just calling a separate Python backend? Maybe you're not in control of the backend? Yeah. If you to show it on a summary page, again, all of this is handled on the server side. All right, so on initial request, if a user is new, create a non-user entry in DB and set cookie to a non-user. So your front end would make a request to your backend to something like /user, and on the backend, let's say our front end says get /user, and then on the backend, we say let's actually just write this out as initial request. Yeah, so the backend's not in your control. But are you able to add new routes? like how do they have a route that has like where you're sending the user info? This is all very confusing. Like, I understand that. Like, I think the reason it is confusing is because someone else has asked you to build this thing. Like, it is not your system. Basically, you're given what you're given, and you have to do your best to make the thing happen. Let's say this. If cookie in request return a non-user ID / object. If cookie not in request, but yeah, just let me know really quick, Woodsiger. Do you have the ability to add a new backend route in your Fast API app? Because that's probably what you're gonna need. I mean, you're gonna have to do that if you want this like this kind of system. If cookie not in request, insert row into a non-user table. Set cookie with a non-user ID. So basically for this structure, like you're gonna need at least one database table for anonymous users. Okay, I'm telling you right now, Woodsiger, you're gonna use cookies. I feel like the you need some way to identify these requests. You're going to use a cookie, even if there's no login system. So what we're describing right now, this is completely transparent to the user. So like when the user goes to the homepage, behind the scenes, it's like seeing do they have a cookie set and then setting that cookie. There's no other way around this. The other way is you instead of using cookies, then you can have like a JSON object that you with the anonymous user ID inside of a JSON web token or something like that. But you need to send that as a part of every single request. And the way we send things with every single request is cookies. That's how you do it. That's how the web works. If you want something to be in every single request, you use cookies. If you don't want to use cookies, then you need to include it in every single request, which is fine, I guess. But now you have to actually send it in every single request. Okay, but local storage is cookies when it comes to the law. Yeah. So here, let me finish describing this system here. So on the initial page request, you need to know, have you seen this user before or not? And you do that by having some database table that can store anonymous users. Like at this point, there's no sign up. The user has literally just landed on the page. And if we haven't seen them before, we now have an entry for this anonymous user with a unique ID. Now, the user fills out form and submits. So on your front end, you send a post to quote or whatever, or request, quote request, whatever backend endpoint is going to process this data that they just filled out in the form. And we'll say the anonymous user cookie is included in the request. So on your backend, you insert quote data, associate with random user ID, and then respond with quote summary, possibly. And then on the front end, you display quote summary, I guess. But I guess what that means, if the user comes back to the site, on the front end, you make a request to get the user. And really, actually, we can even just handle this up here. So initial request or initial page load, insert row into a non-user table, but return a non-user object ID and also attach past quotes / summaries. So that way, if they come back to your site and you have seen them before and you know about this anonymous user ID, you can include all of that data in the response, and then your front end can just show, oh, you made this request on this date. Here's the summary of it. But it's just stored in a cookie. So this is how you could do it. Honestly, I guess you don't have to use cookies here. Technically, you don't have to use cookies. But instead of saying if cookie in request, now instead of get user, this will be a post request to /user. And then you have more like front end logic here. Yeah, I spelled summaries wrong. I don't know. It's probably like that. I guess here, let me rewrite this without cookies because without cookies, you just need to include some unique identifier in every request. You're still going to have a database table with like anonymous user IDs. But instead of cookies, you just store the anonymous user ID in local storage. So we post, if local storage has user ID, then we make a post request to /user, and in the body, include user ID. And then on your back end, use user ID from body to look up past orders, etc. If the user ID, so on the initial page load, if the user ID is not in the local storage, then you could do something like make a post request to like create a non-user. And then on the back end, you would respond with all user info you have, which might be like summaries, etc. But in the case of if not, we create an anonymous user, and this is where we would do the thing where we insert a row into the anon user table, respond with anon user ID, and then after that on the front end, you would store anon user ID in local storage. But now when you fill out the form, you would include user ID in the request. So when you submit this form, you now have that unique user ID that the backend knows about, and you're sending that in the body. It's just another field in your body along with your form fields. And then here on the back end, you're using that random user ID, so you know about that user, and then you respond with the summary, and on the front end, you can then display that summary. But if the user comes back to the page, user ID is set in local storage, so now your back end can respond with any past orders that have come in or something like that. Yeah. So the one caveat of doing it this way is that if someone knows what the user ID is, they instantly have access to the past summaries and stuff like that. So the thing to note here is user ID should not be guessable. So the way you do that is with like a global unique ID or a collision resistant UID, or I think like a snowflake an option, or a tiny ID. Yeah, so that's why IDs aren't sequential, because if you had a system like this, And I load the page and I look at the network tab, I look at my local storage and I see that I'm user ID 6. I'm like, oh, if I change my user ID to 5 in the way that this system works, then I can get the info about that other user. So yeah, probably not snowflakes, but you need some unique ID. What's the other one that I'm thinking of? It's like a random ID generator on NPM. Nano ID, I think it is on NPM. Did I not say UUID? Okay. Nano ID is another option, but long, not guessable, and unique. Those are the constraints, because when you generate this UID, you don't want two random users to have the same UID. Okay. I think I think we're good here. I'm gonna push this up. Let me know, Woodziger, if this is good info, if this helps. And good luck on your project. we can't choose our managers. We can't typically, after you've gotten hired, it's hard to like even be able to choose your project. So, best of luck to you. You can figure it out. I think like I was saying earlier, like your manager is like a little bit misguided in that they're giving you constraints potentially for the wrong reasons, but I think you can work within those constraints. So here's that info. If it doesn't make sense, feel free to, after you've tried it out and worked it out, feel free to send a message or in the help forum in the Discord. We can try to help you out a little bit more. Okay. Thank you for your question. Let's keep moving. All right. But first, Coding Garden is brought to you. Oh yeah, imagine the manager is watching live right now. Random IDs that are emojis, that could be fun. But Coding Garden is brought to you by viewers like you. I answer questions like this for free live on stream in the hope that the people that can support me do, which lets me keep doing this so that beginners, maybe people that can't afford to ask help or find help anywhere else, they can get the help that they need, and I can do it for free for them. But for people that can support me, please do. I need to go get some more water. But if you'd like to support me, you can become a GitHub sponsor with a monthly donation. You can also become a patron over on Patreon, a YouTube member, a Twitch sub, or I have various merch like this Dark.js t-shirt and various stickers over on Redbubble. You can also do a one-time donation on Streamlabs as well. I don't have the option to pay for a project code review, but I probably will at some point. I think that's probably going to be one of the you know what? Yeah, you're not that's probably a good idea, right, Dr. Phantom? Like I could create a custom tier, and if you're in that tier, then you get like one code review a month or something like that. I'll consider it. Yeah. My OBS doesn't say I'm dropping frames. It says I got pretty good bitrate. But yeah, this is how you can support me. You don't have to, but if you do, I would greatly appreciate it. Also, there are a lot of ways you can support me that have nothing to do with money. So you are supporting me right now by watching me here on Twitch. Also, if you watch me on YouTube, that supports me as well. I will say my viewership is down everywhere. I don't know what I did. I don't know if people are moving on. I don't know if it's possible that like I'm not creating the same content I used to be. But I do feel like I'm more consistent these days. I don't know. Regardless, this recent YouTube video that I posted, it had under 1,000 views for like the first 3 or 4 days after publishing, and that is like unheard of on my channel. I at least get 1,000 or so views, so it's pretty crazy that the views have been dropping. So if you want to support me, please just click on one of the YouTube videos, let it play in the background, because YouTube is not suggesting my videos to people anymore. Yeah, I think that's a definite possibility that like people are like going back to like regular jobs and stuff like that. But it's a pretty in comparison, it's a pretty big drop. But regardless, please watch my stuff here on Twitch, also on YouTube, and then also share. Like if you found some useful things on my YouTube channel, feel free to share them. And then you can subscribe for free on YouTube. You can follow for free here on Twitch. And then also just participate. So like being in the live chat, commenting on YouTube videos and stuff like that is a great way to support me. Yeah. 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 Yeah, no worries, Woodsager. I'm glad we could help in some way. and best of luck to you. Yeah, that's possible too as well. MC Still Toad, like there are less people wanting to learn to code because they don't see a future in it. I think that's misguided, but yeah. Make an ad? I feel like that's even worse. People aren't watching my content to begin with, and then I publish a short that's like, give me money. I can't. I just can't. I can't bring myself to do it. Yeah. All right, I'm gonna go grab some water. When I come back, we'll answer more questions, and if we get five more subs, refresh. If we get 5 more subs, I'll give away some stickers. I have these shiny sticker packs that I got printed. The gold JavaScript and prismatic TypeScript and prismatic JavaScript. And then we have frameworks too. So we've got React and SvelteKit and Vue and Angular. So shiny. Yeah, if we get five more members anywhere, Patreon, GitHub, here on Twitch or on YouTube, we'll give away some stickers. But I'll be right back. Yo, I'm back. What do you mean, Dr. Phantom? You said add overlay link to the support page. What overlay link? I don't know what you mean by that. What's up, Viru? Welcome in. If you do !ask, it'll show up over here so I don't lose your question, and then I'll give a shot at answering it. So !ask followed by your question, and then we'll get to it. Limit on questions? No, I'm just gonna Just gonna answer everything that I can. Yeah, no worries, no worries. Just want to make sure we don't lose it because other people have asked questions too. So yeah, if you asked a question, type exclamation mark here. It'll bubble up, and I'll do my best to answer it. So America 2050 asks, Do I think once Svelte becomes more popular, SvelteKit alternatives will come onto the scene? Possibly, but SvelteKit is from the core team. So it seems like, and they have like they have the team and the marketing behind it. So it seems like most people would want to put their efforts into just making SvelteKit better rather than creating a new one. Yeah, I haven't heard of Routify, and Zvmix and Routify. So yeah, I think they're gonna pop up. I don't know how popular they're gonna get. This is like Remix. They have the same styling as Remix. You add the plugin, and then what? And Solly, thank you for the gift. We'll do a giveaway. We'll do a giveaway right now. And I haven't heard of Routify, and they don't have dark mode. Routes for Svelte automated by your file structure. Cool. So yeah, I think so there are alternatives in the scene. So there's Routify, there's Vmix, there's potentially other ones that I haven't heard of, but it potentially fractures the community. I feel like people should spend their efforts like focusing on one standard rather than creating multiple if they don't have something really good to offer. And I'd have to look at these others to see. But yeah, that's my opinion on it is they'll pop up. I don't know if they'll get as popular just because SvelteKit is from the core team. All right, let's give away some stickers. If you want to enter the giveaway, type exclamation mark enter in the chat, and you'll be entered to win. But wait, you might be wondering, what are you entering to win? You're entering to win these shiny stickers. And we also have some no restriction. Anybody can enter to win. I'll ship them anywhere in the world. And then there's also these Coding Garden stickers you'll get, like free debugs and the Coding Garden logo, my emoji sticker sheet, the old Coding Garden logo. I will send these anywhere in the world. There's something specific for SSG. I think that's the thing about like SvelteKit, though. There are adapters for SvelteKit. So coding.garden is actually... I mean, I'll try. I don't know if you... Can you send mail to Antarctica? Yeah, I mean, I can't promise that. Fall and learn, and it's dog hair. It's not cat hair. I can't promise that because there's dog hair all over my house. This is statically generated, so this is completely static, but I used a SvelteKit adapter static. So it's literally an adapter that can take a SvelteKit app and turn it all into static files. So yeah. All right, you've got 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 3, 2, 1. Okay. You just missed out, K Lil Pixel. But if you hang around, if we get to 520 members, we'll do another giveaway. Here we go. You have a 1 in 36 chance of winning, and the winner is I E L Iltsu. Iltsu. I don't think I've seen your name before. You've been following since May of 2020. That's awesome. But yeah, congrats, Iltsu. I will send you a DM. That's not a real name. No, they're real. Let's see. Oh, cool. Hasanali wasn't able to actually doesn't want the stickers. We'll do one more giveaway. Yeah, I thought it was you too, Irossum, because it started with an I. But yeah, let me send a DM to who was this? I'll I'll Sue. I'll Sue. Um, there you go. I sent you a whisper on Twitch, Ieltsu. Um, apparently I have a typo. But it's a form. If you fill out that form, I'll send you the stickers. I'll send. I've sent stuff before to Argentina. If yeah, okay. One more. See, I've sent stuff all over. Um, the typo was not visibility. Exclamation mark enter in the chat to win. We're in an ad. We'll at least wait until the ad is over before I free run it. Deej, what's up, dude? Thank you for the raid. You're actually just in time, Raiders. We're doing a giveaway right now. We're gonna lower the odds of everybody that just entered to win. If you want to enter to win, I'll show you what you have the opportunity to potentially win. These shiny stickers. I made these. So we've got Gold JS. We've got Prismatic TS. Exclamation mark enter in the chat if you want to win this sticker pack. I'll ship it anywhere in the world. And then we also have we have frameworks. So we've got React, Svelte, Vue, and Angular. So if you're interested in a shiny sticker pack, exclamation mark enter to win. But welcome in, Tej. Glad to have you. Thank you for the raid. Thanks for bringing all your friends over. You will get one of each. Yep. What were you working on? OCaml. Nice. I looked at OCaml and I had no idea what I was looking at. It's like a functional programming language, right? I guess it's not that scary, but I mean, it looks like Haskell. It scares me. I've just never done anything like it. But yeah, thank you for bringing your friends over. Definitely go drop a follow on Tej if you haven't yet. And you've got 5 seconds before I give away the stickers. There's also more stickers. So I've also got Coding Garden theme stickers. So we got that. We got the JavaScript thing, and then my face. If this is your first time seeing me, you probably don't care about my face, but you'll get it in the sticker pack if you win. All right, in 3, 2, 1. All right. Let's see. You have a 1 in 52 chance of winning. Here we go. Erg? Ergon? Ergonro? Ergonrod. Congrats, Ergonrod. Appreciate. Yeah. Thank you for being a sub, and you're the winner. You're the winner. I'm gonna DM you a form for you to fill out, and then I'll send you the stickers. Ergonrod. Yeah, the interface is a command line. It's just a script I wrote that reads from Twitch chat. Ergonrod. Fill out that form. I'll ship them anywhere in the world. Make a PR against the script. It's not on GitHub. I could put it on GitHub. Yeah, somebody asked about licensing. It really comes down to each of the things. So the JavaScript logo is under the Creative Commons 0. I believe several of the other ones are as well. And then I would argue that these don't use the original colors of the logo. Um, so they wouldn't fall under any rights there. But at least right now, I'm not selling these. I'm only giving them away. When I create sticker packs for sale, then you can feel free to send me a cease and desist if I'm violating any of your copyrights. All right, I'm answering code related questions today. So if you have a question, !ask in the chat. It'll show up on this website, vox.coding.garden, and I'll do my best to answer your question. And if you see a question you like here, do ! Upvote followed by the number. And if you want to, honestly, I think comments are broken. But yeah, you can upvote and you can ask questions. So let's see. Shah says, how does join work in MongoDB? As far as I know, it doesn't. So if you want to do a join, you make separate queries and then you get the data there. I could be wrong though about modern MongoDB, because modern MongoDB, yeah, so it has a view. You can use lookup to create a view over 2 collections and then run queries against the view. You have 2 sample collections like products, and I guess like aggregate could do it. Can it do it across collections though? And then you have orders. And then you're creating a joined view here. Yeah, so apparently with this view, you're basically creating a join across the two things. Now, I don't know about performance or like how related this is to like a SQL join, but technically it's possible. And then people are also mentioning aggregate. There's the lookup aggregation from local field and foreign field. Yeah. So yeah, technically you can do this in MongoDB. So it's possible. But how do they work? I don't know the inner implementations. And it's possible that you can't do all the same kinds of joins that you can do like in SQL, but you can at least do like a basic inner join. And Sound of Gaming, thank you for the 25 months. Appreciate you. All right, Pablo is asking, how versed am I with service workers? I'm not. But so you ask, I'm fiddling around with service workers in SvelteKit, and on install, it adds all the static assets into the cache. But if I inspect the cache, a lot of them are just 0 content length. Then if I inspect the cache entry, it's there. And if I try to fetch it, it takes the same time to fetch with or without the service worker. I haven't used service workers at that level before, so I don't think I can help you. We can pull up info on them real quick. So if people haven't heard about service workers, they're basically a way of like running background tasks in the web browser. So things that aren't running on the main UI thread. It's basically like a background thread that can do stuff. I think web workers are different. Honestly. Yeah, and that's the thing, Nartzy. So let's take a quick break. In MongoDB, you can have like nested objects and nested arrays. So depending on how you structure your data, if you're storing all of your data that way, you may not have to do a join at all. You could argue though that kind of storing your data that way could get out of hand at a certain point. It depends on what you're trying to store and the structure of it and everything like that. But yeah, that is a thing. Kind of the same as web workers, but service workers can also intercept fetch calls. Yeah. Web workers are simple means for web content to run scripts in background threads. Service worker. Wait, how can we get? Wait, does service worker have caching? Service workers can intercept fetch calls. Web workers cannot. So web workers can only just do background processing, but can't intercept like requests and stuff like that. Fascinating. Cool. I'm going to go ahead and say I know nothing about this, so I don't think I can help you. But thanks for your question, Pablo. Sorry, I can't help. America 2050 says fix comments. No, and you can't make me. Make It Pie is asking, have you worked on distributed systems? How hard is it to manage those systems? And do you have a resource to study them? I haven't. So I have I've been in my career for over 10 years. I've been programming for over 15 years at this point, and not once have I had to work on a largely scaled system. Like most of the work that I've done has been for smaller applications, internal applications, that kind of thing. And I've built things that can be horizontally scaled, meaning like you could potentially spin up multiple machines and then have a load balancer in front of them. But really nothing more than that. And I don't have any experience like scaling databases either. So I can't answer the question, how hard is it to manage those systems? And I don't have any resources. So yeah, this is out of my domain. I will say though, like I think like you'll come across a lot of people that think that like I'm potentially not a real developer, or I'm not a full stack developer because I've never worked on distributed systems. It's just a matter of the kinds of jobs that I've gotten and the kinds of things that I've worked on, because not every app is Facebook scale or like what any other big company, or like Discord scale. Like Discord is huge. They do a ton of distributed stuff. Not every app is that way. So like working at a consultancy, I've built apps for startups that had like under 1,000 customers, or I've built internal tools for enterprise companies where maybe only 300 or so people were going to be using that tool internally. So there's a lot of software out there that isn't serving millions of users, and I've never worked on any software like that. So yeah, I don't have any resources for you. All right. Hugo is asking, do you think Web3 will take off? Because there's a lot of hype. Now it seems dead unless I'm out of the ecosystem. I never really got too much into any crypto stuff. It's possible. Like I've never been able to predict any of the trends. So will it take off? Maybe. I think there's a lot of barriers, and I think there's a lot of like, and what do I mean by barriers? Like right now, crypto is not for non-technical users. Like right now, you kind of have to be technical to even know how to do any of the crypto stuff. And for it to reach the masses, and for it to be something that everyone just uses on a daily basis, and also just like replaces the web, like it needs to be user friendly. It needs to be usable by people that are not technical. And I don't think they're there yet. But there's definitely some interesting things that can happen with Web3. Yeah, if you have to ask if something is going to take off after it's been out for a year, it's not going to take off. But I think it also depends on like how those things are going to change. Yeah, so IPFS is the Interplanetary File System. This is what I was about to talk about. So like Web3 also isn't just crypto, but also has to do with peer-to-peer and like distributed computing. So like you could potentially build things that don't require a server. This protocol and file sharing peer-to-peer network, IPFS is. Yeah. So IPFS has nothing to do with crypto, but I think it's used a lot. So like IPFS is used in like NFTs, because an NFT itself is just an entry in the blockchain that has a link to a file that's potentially stored on IPFS, but IPFS itself is not crypto. You could just as easily have something on like an NFT that links to an Amazon S3 bucket. But the idea of being decentralized makes a lot of sense for crypto to use something like IPFS, because IPFS is also decentralized. So if you're, instead of linking to an S3 bucket, you link to something that's potentially has copies all over the web. Yeah, but do I think it'll take off? Maybe eventually if it gets more user friendly. But other than that, like crypto itself has like started to crash But again, this is also something that I don't know a lot about because I'm not invested in crypto. I don't spend a lot of time knowing or learning about it. I've never written a smart contract, so I don't know. I don't know. What's my take on the SVB collapse? We're in a recession. Things happen. But if I haven't kept up on the news at all. I know what it is, and I know at the last news that I read about it is they're looking for a buyer. So basically, if they find a larger bank to buy SVB, then all of the people's that had their money in SVB over the amount that was insured by the FDIC will be safe and they can continue operating. But if that doesn't happen, then you have a lot of startups and people that will potentially go out of business because they lost all of their money that was stored there. The government backed it. Nicoism. Thank you for the prime. Wait, so is this a multi-billion-dollar bailout? I'm gonna go look on Google News right now. All the money is safe. They bailed them out? Come on. How the frenzied SVB rescue took shape. Does anybody have a good article where I can just know about what happened? We are the article. What should I search for? SVB bailout? Is it called a bailout? That's funny. There's an article on Vox that says, "Is this a bailout?" Let me peruse this article really quick. You know what? I don't care. I don't care. I don't have an account at SVB. I don't work for a company that has their money there. I don't care. I really don't care. I think the news itself and like I guess the news that they were potentially bailed out, whether or not it was a bailout or not, has potentially the effect of other banks that are about to fail feeling like a little bit safer because they know potentially they could be bailed out as well. Something like that. I don't know. I don't care. I don't read the news daily, and I avoid it because it's just stressful. So yeah. What do I think about TRPC? It's cool. It's cool. If you check out trpc.io, it's basically full stack TypeScript. So in this example here, your left hand side is your backend routes. Your right hand side is your client, and the types flow through. There's no code generation. Basically, you import the type over here, and it all just works. So it seems cool. If your front end and your back end are both written in TypeScript, TRPC looks like the way to go. If your front end is not TypeScript, you might consider other options like gRPC or like an API that's documented with OpenAPI and then like an OpenAPI client generator. But yeah, if your front end and back end are TypeScript, then I think it makes a lot of sense. All right. Albedo asked the question, what resources would I recommend a 3 to 5 month junior web dev taking over for a solo lead developer position at a startup company using their legacy code? Run as fast as you can. Is that really happening? So, did the company hire more junior devs, or just like you you were single-handedly taking over all of the responsibilities of a lead dev that is leaving? That's a crazy position to be in. Are you getting a raise? No, and I was just joking. I was just joking about the run. It just seems like, yeah. I mean, it's unfortunate, right? Because it could be that the company doesn't want to pay to hire for an actual replacement, or they don't have the money to do it. And you got a raise. Okay, yeah. So, first of all, congratulations, congrats. Second of all, it's going to take some work. So, I mean, I would say, first of all, you need to know this. You need to learn this code base inside and out, right? So before this point of them leaving, it's possible that you were just a contributor. So maybe you only knew one piece of the code base or something like that. And now the whole code base is yours. So I would start to try and document the whole thing. So I would come up with flowcharts, try to diagram the dependencies between various parts of the system. Basically, use any tools that typically help you to understand some large complex system. So, like, try to create if these things don't already exist. So, create an architecture diagram, create flowcharts. Just start taking notes on like where things in the code base exist, and like really try to wrap your mind around this system that you are now in charge of. Because so I was in a similar boat. I feel like it wasn't this bad, but at my first job, after about 6 months on the job, I took over the project for the lead who moved on to something else. Now when I think about it, it's kind of the same, but it also depends on your background. Like, do you have a computer science degree, or did you just go to a coding boot camp? Like, how much experience did you have? Internships? How much experience did you have before this one job that you're working at? Because before that 6 months of experience, when I took over that project, I had already worked 2 internships. I had 3 years of a college degree. Okay, it's probably like a similar situation then. And the thing is, like, in those 6 months leading up before I took over that project, I had already gotten to the point where like this code base is mine, like in the sense that like if anything new got added, or if I wanted to add anything, I knew exactly where it needed to go. And if there were new requirements that came in, I knew exactly what potentially would be affected by those new requirements. All right, you got it then. It was a little misleading for you to say that you're a 3 to 5 month junior dev. I think you have the background, right? You have a CS degree. You did PHP for 2 years. You can figure it out. But like I said, create some documentation if it doesn't exist yet, and then take it one step at a time. One step at a time. And what did Hugo say? Clean up the code and learn it all. Yeah, I think that's another thing as well. So like, if you need to add a new feature, like there are various strategies for working with legacy code bases, and that's definitely a way to learn the code base. So like, if it's your job to implement a new feature, wherever that new feature goes, once you've figured out where it goes, you should clean up the surrounding code. You should write tests for the existing code, and in doing so, you're learning more about the code base, because you essentially have to make sure that this new addition doesn't break the system, and you're cleaning things up and potentially writing things more in your style than the old developer that was there. So, yeah. And it also I'd be curious, like, how legacy is the code? Like, how old is the code base? What language is it in? Yeah. Yeah, and I think ultimately, like, you're in charge now. Like, if the company gave you a raise and they entrusted you with this, so it's a 5-year-old project written in React. Yeah, and it's possible, because it's 5 years old, it might not be using the latest and greatest stuff. So it might not be using hooks. There might be a lot of like actual like class components and stuff like that. I wouldn't say rewrite it, right? Because if you're rewriting it, especially depending on how big the code base is like, it's always a huge undertaking. So rewrite it in small pieces, right? When you go to add in a new feature, attempt to it's just funny, there's so much advice in the chat. There's like, yeah, just throw it out. In the real world, you can't. We like to talk. We like to pretend like we can, and we like to think, oh yeah, I would just start a new project. Like, and you're also like might be optimistic about the fact that, oh yeah, I could just rewrite this. You can't. It's that project has been around for 5 years. It's been iterated on for 5 years. Like, that's a ton of work to just decide to rewrite something. So, um, Legacy React is a scary thought. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I mean, some of the React code bases that I worked on, I guess technically, wait, what was 5 years ago? What year is it? Yeah. Yeah, smile files at a time. That's all. That's all. That's really all you can ask for, Albedo. Yeah. I think you got this. I think it was a little misleading in terms of like what your experience and background was, but at the end of the day, like amount of time as a junior dev is not what makes you is not what makes you a mid-level dev or a lead dev. It's the quality of work and the kind of work that you're doing, because it's very possible that in the amount of experience that you've had, even though you're technically like somewhat fresh out of college, you're as competent as someone that's been on the job for a year, 2 years, 3 years, right? It really all depends on context and like what you've worked on and what and that kind of thing. So it kind of sounds like you're more than a junior. And I think at this point, you're at least a mid, like if you're taking over the code base. So yeah. So yeah, I'm glad that myself and the people in the chat could help deflate the balloon a little bit, but I think you got this. One step at a time, document everything you can, test the stuff that you can. Yeah. Endless Crazy is saying, I've been in a similar situation where an API is written in Python and then held up by Azure functions. Rewriting it is not easy, going one endpoint at a time. Yeah. Yep. There are books that have been written on how to deal with legacy code bases. The one term that comes to mind is big ball of mud. Let's see if we can find any resources on it. Legacy code big ball of mud. The big ball of mud pattern. Microservices are a big ball of mud. I forget where I heard this. I feel like there was a book on legacy code. I went to like an agile conference once, and I feel like I heard this term. Legacy refactoring. But yeah. Albedo says, I feel a lot better moving forward. Felt lost since I have no one to ask or go to. I thought I was doing it wrong or taking it too long. Nah, like I mean, at the end of the day, like especially if it's a 5-year-old code base that wasn't kept up to date, then you potentially have a big well, I mean, this says it's an anti-pattern, but that's fine. Yeah. A big ball of mud is a software design anti-pattern in which they're just declaring that it's an anti-pattern, in which a software system lacks a perceivable structure. This means that to an outside observer, the system has no discernible architecture, and as such, looks thrown together haphazard and massive pain. Oh, okay, so big ball of mud is the anti-pattern? I thought it was like a pattern for adding new features onto a legacy code bases. Hey, that's describing my code, the big ball of mud. That sounds like our project at work, yeah. So okay, so yeah, it's a negative connotation. Okay, so maybe they were talking about there's an architecture pattern for how do you go about adding new features or extending a big ball of mud. But yeah. Cool. All right, Parasocial Fix has a question. What's my take on Svelte is older now compared to how old Angular was when Svelte was released? What? Let's look at the numbers. So when was Svelte? When did Svelte come out? I guess if we look on Wikipedia. What? I think I know what you're saying. I just need to look at the years to really nail it down. Okay. The initial release was in 2016. So in 2016, Angular I mean, and are we talking about Angular JS or Angular? Yeah, Angular JS or Angular? Because Angular came out in 2010, 2011. Angular JS did. 2010. but Angular 2, and Paul Bearded Builder, it's been a while. Thank you for the raid. Welcome in. What are you working on? Definitely not using TypeScript. Okay, so were you using TypeScript? But welcome in. Thank you for the raid. Welcome in, raiders. You've arrived at the Coding Garden. I'm CJ. It's my show, and today we're answering questions. This question came in from Parasocial Fix, who says, "What's my take on Svelte is older now compared to how old Angular was when Svelte was released?" So to wrap my mind around this, I'm trying to see. So Angular came out in 2010, which means when Svelte came out, Angular would have been 6 years old. Let's write this down so I can follow my train of thought here. Copy and paste it into ChatGPT. Is Svelte old? So Svelte release 2016. Okay, this is starting to make sense because it is now 6 years after 2016. Angular was released in 2010. It is 2023. Svelte is 6 years old. Okay. Is older now compared to how old Angular was when Svelte was released? Can you clarify, Parasocial Fix? I still don't know what you're actually asking. I guess like technically, in terms of actual years, then yes, it is. So when Svelte came out, Angular was 6, and now that it's 2023, Svelte is over 6 years old. So they're at the same point. So I think the thing that you mentioned in the chat though was that like something's going to change. Like we're at a point where because feels like something new is going to happen. So because it's been 6 years, we're at a point where something new is released that changes the game in a similar way that Svelte changed the game. Is that kind of what you're saying? Because I mean, if you are, then yeah, I mean, we have several things, right? We've got Quick, we've got Solid, and I think like Quick is only at most 2 years old. I don't know how old Quick is, and then Solid is fairly new as well. So maybe we're seeing the same thing. Are we moving on a 6-year cycle? But I think like one thing we're definitely seeing now is like not even with the frameworks, it's just like the ideas, right? So you have the idea more recently, signals is permeating everything. So they're getting introduced into React with like preact signals and stuff like that. New stuff. You also have the idea of just like meta frameworks. Those are starting to solidify, and things like the islands architecture, and just the whole thing of like multi-page apps, single-page apps, static site generating, client-side rendering, server-side rendering, like all of these different ways of possibly rendering an app. The existing frameworks are like handling. Yeah, a JavaScript historian. You know, I've been wanting to do like a history of JavaScript like YouTube video. But yeah, I think yeah, if that's what you're mentioning, Parasocial Fix, I think we're kind of seeing it, right? Because like, not all of this has popped up like just in the past year. Now that we're at the 6 year mark, and Calvaria, thank you for the prime. But we are seeing a lot of new stuff that's kind of like changing the game, right? So, sure. But I do feel like Quick and Solid, like those are the newness, like, right? Those are the things that are doing things just like so fundamentally different than everything else that it really changes everything. It's interesting to see though, like if you look at Svelte syntax when it originally came out, it just looked like Vue.js. And then looking at like Quick and Solid syntax, it just looks like React. So it'll be interesting to see like how their syntax evolves, because Svelte essentially evolved into its own syntax. But the original syntax was like very heavily influenced by Vue.js, which is influenced by AngularJS. Yeah. Would I be doing a quick or solid? I want to explore them pretty soon. Yeah, so I don't. Yeah, I don't think age is also is the defining factor. I think it's potentially a coincidence that like 6 years later things are happening, but um, I think just in general, um, people want new things and better things, and people have original ideas like Mishko Hevery with quick and resumability and basically like perform it by default, and then Ryan Carniato with solid and signals and like fine grain updates. They're good ideas, and they're exploring them in new frameworks. So yeah, I don't know if I answered your question, but it's fun to talk about the history of all this stuff. Yeah. So would I be doing cool? Glad to hear it. Would I be doing a quick? Oh, did you archive it? I guess you might have archived it. Filmtorial asked the question: at what point does a junior dev turn into a senior dev? Um, this question gets asked a lot. I don't know if I've done a good job of like really addressing it. Junior, senior, junior, mid, senior. I guess let's talk about it because I do have some ideas about it, right? So like let's just dispel some myths, right? Because some some people might say, oh, if you have two years of experience, you're instantly a mid-level developer. But that's not necessarily the case because there's like a programmer Zen cone thingy that's like you have someone with 10 years of experience, but it's just 1 year of experience repeated over and over again. So that's let's actually find that. I always I always forget what it is. It's like Coder's Code or something like that. Anybody know what I'm talking about? They're like Zen things, but they're like Zen stories that are all rewritten from the perspective of like programmers. Um, DuckDuckGo is not doing me any favors here. No, not XKCD, but I mean it's good. Welcome in, Blurry and Doomdy. Glad to see you. Um, I'm gonna find it because it's actually it's a fun read. There's actually tons of them. Programming Zen cones. The Codeless Code. I found it. Found it. And then I forget which one. We'll have to look at all of them. But for example, let's look at the first one. Yeah, and BJ is kind of on the path that I'm getting to. I haven't really mentioned this stuff yet, but they're saying I've worked with some folks who have 10 years of experience but could not get past junior status because they just didn't have the it factor. And I've worked with people with just a couple years who quickly became senior developers. Yeah, I mean, going by the story that I was telling earlier, like technically I became a senior developer after 6 months on the job, and that's just because the amount of responsibility that I assumed and that I was able to maintain. Um, Yeah. All right, but let's read this first one. So, um, the small stuff. For 3 days and nights, the Java master did not emerge from his cubicle. On the fourth day, the monks of the temple sent a novice to inquire after him. The novice found the master at his whiteboard, contemplating a single data flow diagram. The novice recognized it as a minor component of the vast system that the monks were contracted to maintain. Politely, the novice asked what the master was working on. The master replied, "There is a defect, and I am considering the best way to repair it." The novice said, "You preach often about the importance of setting priorities. How then can you obsess about something so tiny and unimportant?" Without saying a word, the master raised his staff and brought it down upon the bare left foot of the novice, breaking his smallest toe. The novice screamed in pain and staggered from the cubicle. In that moment, the novice was enlightened. There's just little stories like this. Basically, he's trying to illustrate that, like, even like the smallest piece of the system, like a broken toe, has effects on the rest of the system. But there's a lot of little stories like this. But the one specifically was about like amount of experience. Let's see if I can. Let's just search the site directly using. I don't know what to search for. Experience? Beginner? Master. Here it is. I think. What's this, Oscar? Is that so? Hey, that seems a little inappropriate, Oscar. Can you just time yourself out? Okay. This one is called 10,000 Mistakes. A novice asked Master Banzin, "What separates the monk from the master?" Banzin replied, 10,000 mistakes. The novice, not understanding, sought to avoid all error. An abbot observed and brought the novice to Banzin for correction. Banzin explained, "I have made 10,000 mistakes. Suku has made 10,000 mistakes. The patriarchs of open source have each made 10,000 mistakes." Asked the novice, "What of the old monk who labors in the cubicle next to mine? Surely he has made 10,000 mistakes." Banzin shook his head sadly. 10 mistakes 1,000 times each. So this is also, I guess this is mainly about like learning from your mistakes. And I think another thing that separates like a junior from a mid from a senior is the amount of mistakes that they've made and potentially learning from those mistakes. Because if you learn from those mistakes, you now have a ton of experience to pull from, and you're getting better. You're learning from what you've done. And as a beginner, you just don't have that experience. So, I mean, I think like the one of the major things obviously is experience, but experience can come in many different forms and can be stretched over long periods of time or like crammed into like smaller periods of time, right? Because like what I was mentioning, I took over a code base after working in that code base for 6 months, but and this was in my first job, but I did a lot. Like it got to the point where I even at 6 months I already knew the entire code base inside and out. Like if something new needed to be added, I knew where it went. If we had a new feature that came about, I knew what would be affected by it. So in those 6 months, I was able to basically become an expert of this system because of the work that I had done on that system. So yeah, experience not just counted in years, because you can have a lot of experience crammed into a short period of time, or a lot of experience stretched out across a long period of time. So to answer the question, at what point? There's no point. I think like it really comes down to experience, like just, and also like learning from that experience. Yeah, not just experience alone. Learning from past experience. Because like, I guess I don't know the best example. Yeah, and I think so. This is another thing, is like ability to um, solve novel problems in complex environments. I guess, is that what I want to say? Like, if you are presented with a new problem and you're able to say, okay, I've never had this problem before, but I think I know I know how I'm going to solve it. I think you're at least a mid-level developer, because you're pulling from past experiences. You're basically saying, hey, this looks very similar to these various problems that I've solved before, and I can use what I know to attempt and solve that problem. And then potentially for a senior, like most problems are not novel problems. Most problems are problems that they've already seen before. Yeah, Sebastian says, I've always loved this quote: talent only counts at the very bottom and the very top. In a group of beginners, naturally talented people will stand out. The same in a group where everyone has honed their skills to the extent they're as good as they'll ever get. In between it's skill, and therefore practice that counts, not talent. And it's in between where 99% of the world's work is done. Yeah. And Codex is saying it comes down to solving new problems without the need to constantly ask questions. Like there's people with experience of laying bricks super fast and well, but they're not capable of designing a building. Sure. Yeah, and I think that's potentially like relating to the idea that there are some programmers and some coders that are just, they don't have a lot of original thought, or a lot of original ideas and plans for building things. They basically just use what they know over and over again, or they're told exactly what to do by a senior, and so they never have the chance to actually design the system themselves, or have more influence on it, and more experience having influence. Yeah. And Parasocial says, I think junior, mid, senior is about how much help you can require or can provide. And the same person could be at different levels in different languages and different projects. I agree with that. I think that's the other thing as well. Like, I am an expert senior JavaScript, TypeScript developer. I am a junior like Rust developer. I mean, I've written probably 10 lines of Rust in my life, but just because I'm a senior TypeScript developer, JavaScript TypeScript developer, doesn't mean I can just be a senior developer in any other language. I would say, like, I still have the experience, and I could probably get up to speed a lot faster than a pure junior, but there are obviously things that I don't know how to do that I would need to learn how to do. Entry level? Entry level does not equal junior? I mean, actually, I haven't heard that before. So in talking about novel or like new problems, for a senior, very few things are novel. Like they've seen it all. So when they come across something, they can say, yeah, I worked on this, or I did that. A mid, some novel things, but can use past experience to inform solutions. And like a junior, almost everything is novel. They're building up their experience. Novel means new. Basically, like, you're asked to do something or build something that you have never built before. Because most of the time, the things we're doing as programmers and software engineers, we've already done before. We're just doing it for some other problem domain, but it's like very similar to something we've built in the past. So this is one aspect of a developer is like their ability to solve problems and whether or not they've come across the problems and that are being presented to them. So that's one thing as well. So if we start to talk about like debug ability, so like debug and I guess also like problem solving, I would say like a senior, they know where to look. A mid can figure out where to look, and a junior needs to be told where to look. Maybe this might be too much of a generalization, but this also like comes with experience, right? So like I'm getting an error in my code. As a senior or someone that's been doing this a long time, I've probably seen that error before, so I know exactly what to do to fix it. As someone who maybe has seen a lot of errors but hasn't seen all errors, they're going to come across one that maybe they haven't solved before, but they could figure it out by like, Googling or searching the web, or like using the error message to like really nail things down. And then as a junior, like you're basically just you're underwater. Like you have no idea what to do or where to look, and you really need some guidance. Yeah. I don't know. What do you all think of this stuff that I'm talking about? Do you all agree with what I'm saying here, or is this like a weird way to look at it? What are some other things we might talk about? And Izer, thank you for that prime. Who says love the content, appreciate you. And Timon, thank you for the prime as well. It says cheers, appreciate you. Yeah. Albedo is saying, I haven't had my own personal project yet. I think that's what makes me feel like I'm not enough. Yeah, but I think at the same time, like it's okay for a project to not be completely yours, but you're still an expert in it, and you can feel ownership of it. I would say, if that makes sense. like at a certain point, you weren't the one that made the thing, but you know just as much about it as the person that originally made it. So you might as well have made it. Yeah. Got an app idea. Which backend framework for Node would you recommend to learn? It depends. It all depends. It also is like, what kind of app are you talking about? Like a mobile app or like a web app? If it's a mobile app, you absolutely just want an API. So look into Node and Express. Or I mean, this is a JavaScript channel, so I do a lot of Node stuff. There's also Feathers.js. There's also a thing we came across today, which was TSED. Yeah. Maintenance, yeah. So how about that? Sebastian says, I get what you're saying. Cool. Codex is saying junior is what I've defined as mid personally. Yeah, I think it's potentially that's where they mesh. Honestly, I think from my career and my perspective, I was never a mid-level developer. I went basically from getting the job to just being someone with a bunch of responsibility and a bunch of know-how. So I get like really the lines are blurred here. I don't know. Yeah, I appreciate that, Albedo. Best skill for a junior is learning how to ask questions. Yeah, I think like we can get into, okay, how do you level up? How do you get to the next point? And I think that's the other thing is in asking for help. Senior rarely ask for help. If they do, it is very precise and gets them unblocked quickly. um, a mid level developer could potentially has a better idea of what to ask, but sometimes uh like I think at a certain point, like, you know so much that you think you know you're asking the right question, but you don't have enough experience to know that you're actually asking the wrong question. If that makes sense. I don't know how to write that out. Um but basically, like, it's almost like you know enough to be dangerous. And so, like, you're asking a question, but when you really talk to somebody who knows what they're doing, they're like, "Oh, that's not even the thing you should be asking. What you should be asking is this." I don't know. John says, "Yeah, knowing that ChatGPT is just like doesn't exactly know what it's doing." Sure. I mean, I think that's the other thing is, like, I can look at an answer from ChatGPT and I can. I guess that's the other thing is, like, getting up to speed, right? And I need to flesh this out. I need to do this, but getting up to speed on new tech. Seniors, mid, junior. Also, I will say all of this is kind of arbitrary. It's just like what I'm thinking of, but, like, every company has a different idea of, like, what it means to be senior, mid, junior. Like, I'm doing my best to be generic about it. But yeah. Is it hard? It is hard to define yourself as junior or mid if you don't have any company experience. Sure, like, you don't have any you haven't worked with other developers to be able to compare yourself to them. But yeah. Yeah. A senior feels confident in their decisions. I honestly I think all of these top level headlines we're coming up with, I like, because all of these are like discussion points, right? Because um the way people approach each one of these things kind of defines what they are. So like, yeah, so decision making. Um if we look at how a senior versus a mid versus a junior does it, and I would agree with Codex is saying here. So, like, in terms of decision making, a senior is, like, confident in their decisions. Mid, uh, less confident, and a junior can't make decisions. I don't know. I'll come up with it with a better thing to write there. Yeah. So in terms of asking for help, a mid takes notes, can talk about yeah, so mid takes notes, can talk about what they've tried. Junior, hard, harder to explain what they've tried. I guess, I don't know, or haven't tried anything. Don't know what they don't know. Yeah. And Zyers, thank you, Zyerschlan. Thank you for the reset. Think that they don't need to ask for help. Yeah, I think that's the other thing is, like, when I was talking about someone who's, like, knows too much and to be in, like, that they're dangerous, is like they may not know that they need to ask for help. They may be, like, a little too overconfident in their abilities. Yeah. An intern is just happy to be here. Some companies pay you in money, some pay you in title. So with Parasocial Fix as a vice president, my last title was chief full stack developer. So I was technically on this, like, a C level, but I was a coder. I don't know. I specifically asked for that title because they just wanted to call me chief architect, but I was like, I write way too much code to just be called an architect. Yeah. Yeah, your level of questions and understanding change. They call it the T chart or something, meaning depth of a subject. Yeah, honestly, I guess like I'm doing all this work of writing this stuff out, but like it's been done before. I think especially like what you're talking about, Albedo, is the apprentice, journeyman, craftsman, and master. I've seen those analogies used with uh, programming. So like there's this idea of software craftsmanship, and they use those terms as well, which I guess came from either like carpentry or masonry or various like physical building things where you start as an apprentice, then a journeyman where you're learning, then you're a craftsman, and then finally like you're a master of it. Yeah. Petition to stop using coder. I mean, this is the coding garden. I use the terms interchangeably. I don't know. Um, Welding is a similar idea, like apprentice, journeyman, master, or craftsman, master. Um, I guess I don't really have to fill all of these in because I think hopefully you can get the vibe here. Because for each one of these things, they're all approached in a different way by seniors, juniors, and mid. If you want to break people down that way, and the more, and I guess if we want to come up with some generalizations about a senior, self-reliant, reliant. I don't know. Confident, past experience. I'll say relevant, past experience that informs current job decisions. A mid needs some help, but can do most things. Um, Partially confident. I thought you had to be 60 to be a senior developer. I think that's the other thing. I guess like it's not just counted in years. Like that's like experience isn't just I've been on the job for 10 years, so I'm a senior now. But yeah. Oh yeah, level of responsibility. I think yeah, these are things that I haven't even gotten into, but you're totally right. Responsibility. And then there are multiple aspects of responsibility as well because it's not just like what are you responsible of doing on the job. You might also be responsible for like servers and and just like big decisions and stuff like that. So um yeah, and I think each of these is just on a spectrum. So like the senior has more responsibility than like a mid or a junior, and then you also have like so you could be responsible for people, but let's just put it under leadership. Like a senior potentially leads teams, right? A senior has people um, that work for them or underneath them that they're managing or in charge of. And then also, I guess you could also look at like mentorship, because a senior is leading more, has more responsibility, and is also mentoring the mids that work for them. Um, Whereas like a junior, like you're not mentoring anyone, like you're being mentored. As a mid, maybe you can mentor your peers, you can learn from each other. But as a senior, like you're mentoring and helping as many people as you can. Yeah. Um, Thank you, Silver Hairs. Junior mentors the intern, sure. uh, so yeah, obviously I'm older than 60. If I call myself a senior. Um, Self-reliant, confident, relevant past experience, informs current job decisions, mentors, um, mentors people, leads teams, has a lot of responsibility. makes a lot of decisions. Yeah, so a mid potentially needs some help. Makes a lot of money too. I think it just goes with like the amount of responsibility and experience you have. You're gonna be making more money, right? Like, yeah. Um, I'll just say less of everything above, and then a junior, um, even less of everything above. Little, if any, responsibility. Yeah, they're just happy to be there. Codex says my first senior role took a 65K pay cut, but the experience was well worth it. Wow, yeah. Oh yeah, I think that's the other thing is like leads teams, but also like builds teams and hires. Okay. I think I'm gonna stop there, but honestly, I feel really good about these bullet points. And at least what we've written out for a senior dev. So Filmtorial, I don't know if you're still here, but you asked the question: at what point does a junior dev turn into a senior dev? And it is I think of it as a spectrum from junior to senior, right? Like you're not instantly all of a sudden, okay, I'm a mid developer now or I'm a senior developer now. It's a combination of all of these things that basically leads you to be more senior versus more mid versus more junior. Um, and maybe the easiest way to even think about it is like if we were to describe a senior developer, we would call them self-reliant. Like they don't need a lot of help. They can do everything themselves or most things themselves. They're extremely confident. They make important decisions, and they're confident in their decisions. They have a lot of past experience that's similar to what they're doing now. They mentor people and teach people. They lead teams. They build teams or hire people. They have a lot of responsibility. All of this is what like makes up a senior, and then you just go from there. So a mid-level developer does less of all this stuff, and a junior does even less of that. So like basically, I guess to better answer your question and make it a little bit more directed is if you want to be a senior developer, you need to look for opportunities to do these things, right? And like some of these, like you can't necessarily look for the opportunities. Like you can't just look for the opportunity to be confident. You have to gain experience in order to be confident. So, it all, yeah, I don't know. I think I'm gonna remove these bullet points. And then staff and principal, I think it's like instead of like building teams, like you build companies, right? Or you basically are, I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, I think it depends, sick metagame. Because like if you work at a larger company, a lot of times they are investing in people. So like by hiring a junior developer and knowing that they're going to need to be trained, they potentially are going to be. I mean, and honestly, like the ideal junior, um, it isn't a junior. What I was going to say is like an ideal junior isn't is the smallest amount of drain on the seniors or on their leaders as they can be, right? So like as a junior developer, the most annoying junior developer just is so completely helpless. But like you don't have to be that way. Like you have to learn how to be somewhat self-reliant so that way you can help yourself as much as possible and then get the help that you need. And really, I mean, those are the kind of juniors that like I would look for or I would try to hire. But at a company that knows that they're going to have to hire those kinds of people, like they're taking that cost and knowing that they're going to potentially have to train them. They're potentially going to be a drain on the resources of the seniors because eventually they will be more self-reliant, and then that's a net positive for the company. But it really depends. Yeah. Yeah, training newbies is calculated into the workday for the other devs, and I think that's the thing. Like as a senior, um, you know that like you're basically having less hands on the code because you're spending more time teaching everyone else how to be more self-reliant and how to work on a code base. Valk says a senior doesn't need to clock when he or she starts and ends the day. His or her task will be done on time no matter what. Yeah. I9 Zor is saying staff builds products and systems, good with non-tech people, and knows when to say no. Are you saying like a staff level engineer or like a principal engineer? Yeah. I guess that's the other thing is like I'm not even getting into like domain specific stuff like do 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 they are they yeah, do they make products or like or that kind of thing. I guess that's more like business minded. I guess I'm thinking more of like technical things. But yeah. Okay. This was a fun discussion. I feel like a lot of good stuff came out of it. Um yeah. The higher you climb, the less you code. Potentially. You can try to inform that. And I did in my career because I really like programming. So I made sure that I could keep doing it even if I was the chief full stack developer. Where does the family friend of the CEO fit into your position? Probably here, and they're probably going to be a drain, but here's the thing. If you treat them well, they tell the CEO and then you get treated better, right? It's all related. Yeah, I guess it would probably depend on the company, right? Leela Lunex, who says in Germany the timestamp is coming back, so like basically clocking your hours. Everyone's forced to track their time, which has pros and cons. As the pro for people not doing too many over hours. Yeah, but it really depends on the type of company because I feel like a company that like trusts their employees is okay with not counting hours and not having like software running on their computer that checks to see if they're actually on their computer, if they're actually like doing the work, because they just trust their employees. Their employees then take that responsibility and get stuff done, regardless of how many hours it takes, or if it's within business hours. But it depends on the kind of company. Okay, I don't know if Filmtorial is here anymore, but I think we're done with this one. um, oh, time tracking is required by law. Oh, I did not know that. I will say that like when I worked at a consultancy, we tracked our hours, but I think it was more of just like a paper trail kind of thing because we were billing clients. At the end of the day, like I would just when I would bill my hours, I would just say I worked 8 hours a day because that's what I'm being paid for. But sometimes I would work a 4 hour day. Sometimes I'd work a 10 hour day. It really just depended on what I needed to do. But in terms of the hour tracking system, I still just put in like 8 hours a day. Also, codeless code is cool. Um, I will say there are some criticisms of the programming Zen cones on this site of like they're potentially too violent, but I think they're pretty cool. And yeah, I guess you're still here, Filmtorial. Did I answer your question? did did it help or did it just make things more confusing? And see you later, Doctor Phantom. Thanks for hanging out. Here's my notes on that if you want to look at them. Okay, thank you. Glad to hear it. All right, what time is it? What are we doing? Cool. I think we can answer probably 2 or 3 more, and then I'm gonna get out of here. But in the meantime, I will tell you that Coding Garden is brought to you by viewers like you. Uh, I'm answering all these questions and sharing code and everything else for free in the hopes that you'll support me in various ways. So you can be a GitHub sponsor, make a one-time donation. You can become a patron, a YouTube member, a Twitch sub, and I have various merch for sale like this Dark JS t-shirt and other stickers. If you go to coding.garden/support, you can see those ways of supporting me. And yeah, I'd appreciate it if you did. Yeah, so Amasil asked a question, and if you ask a question type exclamation mark here, and I'll see it. Amasil says, any tips on freelancing as a dev? Everyone seems to want to be part of Fang or other big companies, but I seem to want the opposite. I have never done any freelancing. I worked at a consultancy, which is like, it's almost like professional freelancing because, and I'll tell you why freelancing is hard, because as a freelancer, you have to be the business person, the designer, the developer, and maintenance, depending on how you structure your contracts and everything else like that. But as a freelancer, you're doing a lot of jobs. When you work at a consultancy, typically you have designers on staff, you have project managers on staff, you have engineering sales people on staff that can find new clients and stuff like that. You potentially have people employed whose sole job is maintaining old projects versus just working on new ones. And working on new projects is the thing that I like to do. I don't like the maintenance. I don't like dealing with the business. I don't like sales. So that's why I typically haven't done freelancing. But working at a consultancy, you kind of get the best of all the worlds because you don't have to do the things that you don't like to do. Basically, it's someone else's job to do that. Yeah, so I think smaller companies, consultancies, in any of those would be good alternatives for working at Fang or a bigger company. I've never worked at a Fang company. My first job in the industry was at a Fortune 500 company, but Albedo, thank you. You're too kind. Thank you for the gifts. Much appreciated. But yeah, the first company I worked at was a Fortune 500 company. And I will say, like, I think it was good for my career. I learned a lot, and especially like what it's like to work at a big company, and also to know that I didn't want to work at a big company. So yeah, I don't have any tips on freelancing, but I would say I do enjoy working at smaller companies because you potentially have more of an impact, and there's less politics. There's less like bureaucracy within the company because it's smaller. Everybody knows everybody. Everyone's comfortable talking to each other. There's no like office politics or anything like that. So yeah. So yeah, I don't have any advice on that, but which support leaves the biggest slice? On the support website, you can see the profit table says it. Basically, GitHub sponsors give me everything, and then there's various degrees of fees as you look at all the other things. I will say Twitch bits, I get all of that. I get 100% of the Twitch bits, but I only get 50% of the Twitch subs. Yeah, and that's basically what I'm saying, like what Oscar is saying, who's saying you have to freelance yourself you have to market yourself. You basically have to be a salesperson as well. Like you have to find new clients, you have to sell your services, and you have to convince people that you're better than everyone else who's offering those services. Yeah. And Valerian says, I went from an internship where I had a lot of responsibility working mainly with PHP and Symfony. Learned a lot of architectural stuff from making stuff the right way. My new job, I've been labeled as a junior, but it has better pay and is C# and .NET. It's weird now because I feel like people are treating me like a junior even though I feel like a mid or above. Yeah, that's unfortunate. I think at that point, like the positives of the situation are you're getting paid more and you potentially like the job better. At this point, you just have to prove yourself, right? Like they hired you and they're saying that you're a junior because you don't know the stack. But as someone that has a lot of experience, you just have to get up to speed on this new tech, and you can prove that, right? Like you can potentially move faster than all the other juniors. You could potentially, at a certain point, get better and know more about the stuff you're working, and then even some of the seniors that are working there. So I think it'll just take time. Yeah, I agree with it's friendly. There's friendlier environments at smaller companies. Just because like yeah, everybody knows everybody. There's less hoops to jump through. Yeah. Can you see me trying Laravel? I think it'd be super fun. Maybe? I don't think I want to do that right now, but at some point. This is water. It's just water in a cup. All right. Any more questions? Type exclamation mark here. Otherwise, I'm gonna get out of here. Is today the day for a CSS battle? Maybe an easy one? All right, I'll try it in the future, Bogdanovich. I'll have to. I'll put it on the calendar. CJ tries Laravel. Let's see. So if you haven't heard of CSS Battle, basically they give you little challenges to implement with CSS. Let's look at the number one challenge. Pilot battle. First ever battle of CSS Battle. 12 fun warm-up targets. So you're given the starting code, and you need to make the left-hand side look like the right-hand side. Wait, I can do this. I'm capable of doing this. So I'll do a couple of those. Best way to make images responsive. Probably using percentage widths. So like, is Livewire a PHP thing? Yeah. Do a math problem. Okay. Let me just answer these really quick. What website do I go to for looking for new roles? I've only ever had 3 jobs in my entire career, so I'm not the right person to ask that or answer that. But I've looked at weworkremotely.com and something like remote.dev. I would just use a search engine to find some sites, but yeah, I don't have a lot of experience doing that. What website do you use to find roles at smaller companies? Yeah, I think any one of those sites will potentially list smaller companies. And even smaller companies list on like Indeed.com and stuff like that. But if you could potentially filter by company size, that might help you out. Or just like look on a map of companies in your area and see if they're hiring software devs. I don't know. Yeah, ways to make images responsive. Potentially use percentage widths. And there's also this thing called like an image source set, where basically you can provide, responsive images. You can provide a like big, little, and small version of the image. So you still need 3 different resolutions, but in your HTML, you can say source set, and you specify this is the one that should be displayed when the width is less than or equal to 480, and this is the image that should be displayed when it's 800 or more, and the browser will automatically pick which one based on that. Yeah, so source set, I've used this before. It's definitely the way to go. And then depending on like your dev environment, there are various bundlers and tools that can, given an image, it'll generate all the versions and sizes of the image that you want. Yeah, I think this is just width unit. I have no idea. Yeah, I mean, you can still get responsive without swapping the image out. You just potentially will load too much data on smaller width screens, and it'll potentially be pixelated on bigger width screens. So, source set is nice because you can pick the right image for the right screen size. And specifically, like I've used, Cloudinary, I think they're like a CDN where you can upload an image and then you can pass in the query parameter the width and height you want, and they'll automatically serve up and resize the image for you. There are Vite plugins. Yeah, I was going to mention the one that I've used. Plugin? Maybe it's Vite Image Tools. Is this the one that I used? Yeah, this is it. So you add it as a plugin, and then in your code, when you import it, you specify the width that you want. And then this gives you a bundle URL, and then when your app gets built, it actually runs the image through a resizer to bring it down to that actual size. There's also a way to get, I think you can pass in multiple sizes and like get back a source set. There was one that I used, maybe it was Vite Image Optimizer. It's one of these two, but basically you can read their docs on how they work exactly, and they basically give you a way to uh, resize the images accordingly. Yeah. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I don't use LinkedIn at all, so I'm not familiar. I know a lot of people are like treating it like a social network these days. How do you identify your own burnout, and what are some strategies to find people for pair programming? Two different questions. First one, um, so I left my job back in May, and I was really burnt out, and I probably had been burnt out for like a year, so it was not good. I feel like even now I'm still recovering from it. Um, and ultimately, I think the best advice is if you're feeling burnt out, it's already too late. So, in order to not burn out, you should take breaks, treat yourself well, and take breaks before you feel the burnout. Because once you feel the burnout, like that's it, you're already burnt out, and it's going to take a while to recover from that. So, yeah, strategies to find people for pair programming. I don't know. We have a section in our Discord called Find a Pair. It's not super active though. I honestly so people post in there. I honestly don't know if they get responses in their DMs, but I would say try to find some communities because so we have a Discord in the community section. There's a channel called Find a Pair. There are other programming Discords out there as well that you could potentially search for people. Okay, that's it for questions. Let's do a CSS battle, and then I'm gonna get out of here. I'll be right back though. I have to use the restroom, and then we'll get into it. Hello? Hello? Hi. All right, I'm back, and I'm going to attempt this CSS battle. I think I'm going to go ahead and sign up just so I don't lose my progress, but if you all want to give this an attempt as well, you can do it here. Basically, you have to make this look like this with this code. Yeah, let me sign in really quick. Okay. Let's go. So, The score is calculated based on the number of characters you use. What is this, CSS code golf? I don't like that idea. I'm just gonna get it working. So here's what we need to do. I need to set the body's background to be this brown color over here. So it's gonna be like that. Yeah, that's what I need. And then the body itself will have no padding. I guess I don't want to click save here. And no margin. I guess, does it auto refresh? Oh yeah, so removing the margin I think is what I wanted. Because removing the margin, you can see push the div to the top left. And now we just have to change the color and the height. So the background of this div needs to be that color. And then the height, probably like 225? 220? 200? 200. Yeah, we've done it. So if we really want to do this in the smallest number of characters, do I literally minify my code? Is that what I'm doing here? So I think the width is right. I mean, it looks a little bit off, but so basically this little scrubber, it shows you the right hand side of the scrubber is what it should be versus what it is. Pixels are optional. Use a P tag. Are we really trying to code golf this this CSS battle? This is fascinating to me. Yeah, or self-close the P. Instead of body, if I do this, yeah, that works because then the P tag style overrides it. All right, submit. I scored 760 with a 100% match. I got it in 96 characters. White space after margin? Oh, you're right. I could have put a... Can I increase my score? I can do all of this. Cool. Cool. All right, let's do the next one. And then I'm gonna get out of here. Oh, this is gonna be trickier. We got multiple squares on the page. I'm not gonna code golf this. I'm just gonna solve it and then submit it. I guess I don't care as much about code golfing. But we need now 4 divs. And they all have this color. And then they're probably like 50 by 50. And we can make the body display grid. So body has no margin. And then display grid. And then two columns, 2 rows. So grid, template, rows. And grid, template, columns. Um, and if it takes up the whole 100% and width 100%, yeah, this should do it. Now I just need to center the things inside of each of the columns. So we'll set the body's background like that. And then we need to put all of these into the center of their cell. Is there a way to do that directly with display grid? Or would I need this to be a flexbox? A third column with no contents on the center? I don't know about all that. I think they're in the center. Let's see. Well, honestly, if that's the case, then it might make sense to do an inner thing with a flex box like this. I'm just gonna go this route because I think this is what I want. Like I don't want divs. I want divs that are children of the div to be to have this. And then I mean I kind of need to give them classes. I guess if I did a p tag instead of a div, then I could target them differently. And so you can say the p tags have this, but now a div is a flexbox. And then that puts everything in the center. Like that. But yeah, they're slightly off. So they're just a little bit further to the right. Space around? Yeah, I do believe they're 50-50. Would it be align items? Justify content? Yeah, I guess I have to think about I don't know if you are Sharchini. I feel like they potentially avoid you from doing that. But maybe, like if you could just screenshot it and embed it. I'm trying to think. So I've gone down the path of Flexbox, but honestly, what I could do is I think this is actually so 1, 2, we could count number of rows. We could literally make a CSS grid for this. It's an image. Look, it's a full on image. We can't even inspect it. Holding control. Oh, it's shift. If you hold shift, then you can do a vertical. But here's what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna make a big old grid. A big old grid. And then place these in the specific cells. So I'm gonna go back to just 4 divs. I did try justify content space between, but it's like that would be that was the flexbox inside of the cell. I don't know. This is my thought. Watch me. Um, yeah, I think the it's a bit of a hack, but yeah, like this. 10? How many columns across are these? Is this container? Just to see these. Yeah, I think this is it. So it's actually 10 by 10. It's 10 by 10, and then I can place the individual um, cells at row 1, column 2, etc. I'll call this like 1, 2, 3, 3, and 4. And then I think there's a way to say which row and column you should be in. Yeah, like grid column. Oh, let's do row first so we can actually see it move. So grid row 2. Yeah. And then grid column 2. 1, 2. That didn't work. Why is that not working? Let's try to get the one positioned over on the right. So this will be grid row 2, grid column 9. I need to look at how to do this. This might be the wrong thing. Oh, it's probably not 10 rows. Column. Oh, it's like slightly off. I think I have the wrong number of rows and columns. I think once I can figure out the right number of rows and columns, then this will all work. 3. Um. Oh, and then 4. Cool. Yeah. So, well, I gave them classes. Is it 6 by 8? So 6 columns, 8 rows. You don't have to use grid. No, I was just trying to solve it with grid. 8 columns, 6 rows. Are my I think maybe I don't have the right number of pixels for the squares. Are they not 50 by 50? I didn't reset the CSS, but let's set everything margin 0, padding 0, like that. If I just have 5 columns, I can specify how many pixels each column should be. Well, I still thought this would now be 2, 2. How many columns? 8. So now instead of 9, these would be 7, 6, 8. Um, Oh, and then the row changes. So now this would be 4? We're getting there. And then now this one is 7. Did I do it? I did it. Okay. Like I did it. Oof. Okay, so basically we turned this whole thing into a 6x8 grid. And then put these into their specific cells. Flexbox. Oh, you know what? Flexbox would have worked with like the perfect amount of padding. All right, let's submit this, and then we can just do it with a single Flexbox. I think you're totally right. Space between. 100%. Okay, well let's do it again. But with a single Flexbox and no individual classes. Because if we, yeah, I think so. I think that's what someone in the chat. Who was it? Um, um, yeah, I was Pochettino. Space between. I think that's what they were mentioning. That I just didn't know how to figure it out. But I think if we make the whole thing a Flexbox, if we make the whole body a Flexbox, and then just do justified content space between, that's literally all we need to do. Space around? Flex wrap? Two different flex boxes? Is that what you mean? Two containers. Okay, then it gets trickier though. I like my my CSS grid solution more. So we have one row of 2. Let's style the p tags as p tags instead of divs. Um, and then um, it's not taking into account the 100% height, but now we can style the divs as a flex box. Oh, I see. I want flex direction row. Row. Or no, column. Right? um, column. 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 And now the div wrapper is display flex and justify content space between. Boom. Okay. It's actually really hard to see what I'm doing here, but basically, this div represents the these two at the top in a row, and then this next div are these two at the bottom in a row. Okay, so we've made it there. Now, we don't want any gap. And if I just do space around instead of space between, that's closer. Yeah, they're in the right spot. Cool. And then over here, this one would be space around. Space around, space around. Oh, it's like slightly off though. We can give it some side margin. For padding. And we know that it's, was it 50 pixels? Yeah, look at that. Okay. We did it. Is this better than the original? I feel like, so if you know Flexbox, then this is probably easier than what I did with CSS Grid. But I feel like the CSS Grid solution is more intuitive because it's just like we literally make this thing an entire grid and then put those orange ones in their specific row and column. But yeah, this is, I think this is a great way to to learn Flexbox. Would it have worked with margin 50 pixels? Yeah, either padding or margin works here. Fascinating. This, I think this is technically less characters too. Let's see. Great. All right, I think I'm done. I think I'm done with that for today. These are pretty fun though. We'll have to do more of these in the future. Two divs with before and after pseudo elements. Maybe. Okay, one last plug. Coding Garden. It's brought to you by viewers like you. If you want to support me, I would greatly appreciate it. You can support me as a GitHub sponsor, a patron, a YouTube member, a Twitch sub, or you can buy the various merch. I have like this dark JavaScript t-shirt. We didn't make any, we didn't really make any of the membership goals, but I'm going to do one more giveaway just because I appreciate you all and I appreciate you all for hanging out. So, in the chat, if you type !enter, you will be entered to win one of these shiny sticker packs. We've got Gold JS and Prismatic TypeScript, and we've also got Prismatic JavaScript, and then we've got all of the frameworks. So we've got React, Sparkle Glitter, and Svelte Glitter, and Vue Glitter, and Angular Glitter. So you will be entered to win a pack containing all of those. You'll also get some Coding Garden related stickers. So we got the Coding Garden logo, free debugs, the old logo, all that good stuff. PHP and Go, this is like the front end dev pack, I guess I would say. Yeah, and you also could sub with Prime if you'd like to. All right, you have 10 seconds left to do enter. And that's it. Okay. And the winner is, you have a 1 in 21 chance of winning. These are the best odds all day. And the winner is Ambitions. Is it Ambitions? It's Ambitions. Yeah, I want to create the Twitch ones. It'd be cool to have like a mod. Honestly, I would just get the mod stickers printed and send them to the mods. Ambitions, congrats. Yeah. You've been following since 2019. Nice. Appreciate you. Here, I'm going to send you a whisper on Twitch with the form you should fill out. And then I'll send you some stickers anywhere in the world. Is it they have the Madagascar or Bulgaria flag? That's cool. How can you check since you were following? I don't think. I don't think Alcabot is in here. Try exclamation mark followage or exclamation mark following. Oh yeah, I think if you just click your username, you can see. Following since 2021. Following since August of 2020. That's interesting. So, Pochettino, you've been following since 2021, but I think like your first message in the chat was today. That's pretty interesting. Thank you for being here. Appreciate you. Doesn't work on mobile? Oh well. I need to create a site where you can put your username in and then get all the info about you. Usually watch working. Nice. I appreciate you being here. Okay. I'm gonna get out of here. If you do one thing today, sign up on my mailing list. It's the easiest way to support me because if if Twitch goes down or YouTube or Discord or whatever else, if I have your email, I can still keep in contact with you. So do that. I send go live notifications and then I send like a weekly update of all the stuff we did in the past week to kind of summarize the streams that we did and stuff like that. So I'd appreciate it if you join the mailing list. Also, we have a Discord if you want to come hang out over there. And I would appreciate it if you subbed over on my YouTube channels. Let's get out of here. Let's go on a raid. Yeah, big thanks to all the supports today. A ton of gifts. I think we got... It's hard to calculate how many gifts we got just because the sub count was dropping because a month ago people gifted as well. But tons of resubs today. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Tons of gifts. I appreciate it all. I couldn't do this without you. So let's go on a raid. If you are a sub, use that raid message. If you're not a sub, you can use that raid message or come up with your own raid message. And let's go. Let's go. Yeah, I appreciate that, Sir Silverstar. Have a good one as well. Alrighty, everyone. Wherever you are in the world, have a wonderful morning, afternoon, evening, or night. And until next time, here's this.